Okay. Oh yeah, we're gonna be smart. We're gonna unplug the controller. Hey, Ash, how ya doing? And let's see, I need to turn on my speaker so that I can hear your marvelous wooing. And I did add your and most other people's for sounds. Playing Zomboid with a friend, that's exciting. Speaker is, hey, speaker. I told you to turn on Mr. Speaker. Not to be confused with Speaker of the House, which is not the same as the Mr. Speaker that is, you know, being a speaker. And hey there, old man Windbreaker, welcome on in. And thank you for helping the Eldritch Squish power grow. I really appreciate it. Now let's see. Okay. That's right. I need to switch which game I have here. Oopsie doopsies. We need to go to game capture. And instead of
Must have been the wind.
Noita. That should work. Did the wind sound go off? I couldn't tell. I hope it did. Continue daily run. Let's see here. And good, but yeah, how are you doing, old man Windbreaker? And let's see. 11, you say? Water is so good, I say. Okay. And there we are with all of this. And that's right. First, let's readjust here. Let's do a little scoocheroo. Grab mouse pad and keyboard. And the water bottle. A woo indeed, Ash. You so right. You speak the truth. The laugh. I added this one.
Help me! Help me!
Yeah, I don't know which laugh you're talking about. Like, unless you, I noticed a while back you, you gave me some non-MP3 files, and, if you can convert whatever those files were into MP3s...
You can't do that, it's rude!
Then I can still do those, yeah. But, until such a time. FFmpg. What even is this? You are a master convertible? Is that so? Elaborate. You were converting FLAC files to Opus with blazing speed, you say? I believe it. Due to Linux. Ha ha!
Oh, holy
Exciting.
cow! That was nuts, man!
True, true. Now let me see. Yeah, Mlem. I agree. Mlem. I rather quite like Mlem.
Smash.
Now, time to... This guy's storage. This one is... What is this one? Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the... Yeah, no, this is not good enough to really warrant much of anything. So, instead of bothering with such a mediocre wand, it shall be what it was destined.
Smash.
Is what playing? Oh, the help sound, that one, I gave it a sufficient cooldown. It's not like a super long cooldown, but the per user cooldown is a bit longer. So that, explicitly so that you can't, repeatedly spam it at me. Because that shit sounds like the type of thing that would stress me out in a heartbeat. Yeah. I would, have a horrible time with that, frankly. I would not be able to handle it. What can I say? No, gravity, anti-gravity, anti-homing. And... yeah. Because I would just be all like, oh no, my fragile little nervous system and bones. But actually, it kind of would be just like that. Well, actually, no, because this... Well, wait, I don't remember what I was doing. I remember why I was at all conflicted about this wand and how I was arranging this. It's because it had the all-seeing eyes on it, but that's fine. TBH, I can just move this shit over to here because it's not like I need it on that one. I can just move the chain spell here. And then I can just move these like purely damage modifiers right there. And then I can move other trajectory based spells over to this wand. And it should be all good. Yeah. Because although this is a piercing wand, it's a funny clip in your opinion? I mean, I believe it. I believe it's whatever the thing is from is a pretty funny clip. I mean, the way that sound file was titled was kind of hilarious, right? Like whatever the fuck it was. I'm trying to remember what it was. It made me laugh quite a lot actually, because it was pretty thoroughly absurd in some respect. I don't remember how. Let's see. Move this fella in place of that guy. Scooch this one there, and then that should be perfectly fine, I think. No, wait, glittering field. Yeah, now it's all good. Now I can put this one away for the time being because I do not need this out any longer. Now, this remove bounce wand, pretty solid in many respects. In fact, it's a superb wand in many regards, but it's not like something I need right now. And then we've got this absolute menace of a mediocre wand. Okay. Let's do this. Lovely, lovely, and lovely. And I can scooch these things over to this wand, and it should be just peachy and dandy. Let's move that guy and this guy. And then we shall put this wand away. And frankly, because we are much of the way through this process. Oh, okay, you specifically, Monsieur Wand, you will go here. We will scooch these things. Put this guy right there. Yeah, that should be fine. And but yeah, I mean, I've never actually seen the clip that you refer to, but it seemed pretty funny. Ash, whatever the dealio was, I don't remember it though, because I've never seen it in the first place. Right, I just have the funny audio clip. I don't think any of these were of much importance. No, no, they were not. Okay. And what was this guy? What the fuck is this wand? Yeah, I have no idea. This is a very silly looking little wand. In any case, we are going to relocate this wand to right here. What's this guy? Essence to power, octagonal bolt bundle ducks, and infestation and freezing gaze. So that is something that we're actually going to be experimenting with in a very short while. What was this guy again? I remember it was excellent. So what I'm going to do instead is, because we're about to move on to the next New Game Plus loop, I think we're basically just gonna pack up more or less. So let's find which wands are not fully functional here. Yeah, this guy's basically just got some of the rarest and most extremely pain in the buttocks to obtain spells. Yeah. We will put this in 3, because 3 has the most, I suppose, coveted things. And what's this guy here? It's a fine wand, but what? Got placates, got destruction, larpas, some of this, some more of that. Okay. Now, and the vacuum bounce there. Interesting. Wait a minute. Is this wand intended to be functional? Hey there, Nerdzilla, what's up? This is a mod to let me carry a bunch of crap around. Be aware of that. But yeah, what's going on here, Nerdzilla, is basically, if I'm not mistaken, this wand will actually do something effective. Give me a moment to fire it off. What? Effective is maybe not the right word. Unusual is maybe a better one. Boop. Ah, there we go. That's more like it. And yeah. That makes sense. And then I think the last one to fire off... Nope. That's just how it is, I see. Good to know. It's nonsense. Good to know. But yes. Basically, we are testing out a whole bunch of extremely silly wands. Yeah, like this one is very silly. It's not very good, right? But basically this one's kind of like to see to what degree the orbiting arc constrains the infestation while we still have the 4 stacks of pinpointer, right? Is that like is the orbiting arc, like, how much, like, constraining power does it have, basically, on infestation with the reduced spread? Is the spread the primary factor, like, that is reducing the, that is reducing? I forgot what the, yeah, it's reducing the controllability, that's right. And thusly, is orbiting arc going to function more in like a reduced spread, or is it just going to alter the trajectory so very much that it's like a... You can hear my PC screaming from... Funny enough, that's actually a different computer. But, let's move it. But I can understand if you can visibly see my PC screaming for mercy, because it does that a lot. Yeah, it does. And, regrettably, I still run, my PC is 13 plus years old, and it's still running DDR3 RAM. Not much to be done about it at this stage, except for I need to get a one of those awesome Micro Center bundles. Like, there's one other thing I can and will do, which is, which I do plan to do if I can basically hit, like, a $50, like, donation goal, basically, is that I'll get a solid state drive, and then I will basically reinstall my OS onto the solid state drive, and it should double the frames per second to something manageable, like 28, 30, 35 frames per second, something like that. Yeah, and that'll be nice. But also, I have several other things we're about to do. For example, we're about to go to the next New Game Plus loop, and then run the limbs save trimmer. Yeah. And I'm gonna put this guy away in that particular one. And because there's nothing that special in this particular dealio-majig, you can just go into the storage bin. I mean, you're a great wand, but frankly, I have lots of those. And the weird part is that you see that like drastic improvement in like frames. There's this strange issue where like if I'm holding something that is not a wand, like the game, I think it's just due to the poor optimization of the game itself, right? It just has a whole lot of issues. Yeah. And it just starts to lag like nobody's business. I don't get it. Also, this one is actually one I'm relatively proud of because of how fun it is. And it just sounds so nice, right? Whee! But yeah, and this one also does illustrate why the bounce spell is really nice with Chain Bolt, because Chain Bolt, it just has this issue where it randomly runs into crap and then dies. This prevents that. And it's just, you know, it's nice. And it costs you 0 mana. And with Chain Bolt more than most spells, you lose nothing by using it. And you gain a whole lot, right? Off-screen nukes. In what respect do you mean? That's what's you mean that's what's causing? You're suggesting that that's what's causing the slowdown? That's quite funny. Now the reduced lifetime. Oh. Actually, wait. What happens if I put that here? I don't actually know. Interesting. How wacky. Huh. It's pretty, but... And also that reduced lifetime, due to the scripted nature of the chain bolts, it's not harming it very much, which is nice. Ah, I see. Yes, including super lag. I understand. Well, no, yeah, like, genuinely, the big reason for the super lag is... Actually, you know what? I think I might just leave this reduced lifetime here, because... Why not? But then again, I think it might be smarter to leave it on the this guy for later. Specifically because of... Actually, I don't need this Homebringer. Or the Orange Glimmer. Yeah, that'll do for now.
I'm gonna paint the town red.
Hey, Bayhue, what's going on? How ya doing? Right now I'm, having the humorous discussion of explaining to poor Nerdzilla here why it is that the game is so slow. And, what I plan to do about it in the near term, which is to get a solid-state drive that is not 120 gigabytes and basically entirely full. Yeah. Because that's basically the current situation. That's right. I don't need this particular blood mist thing. Yeah, this guy. Well, you can go there. I'm not going to use you right now. And then we go over to here. I can't remember. Was this entirely finished wands right here, or was it something else? It was mostly finished wand builds that were very stupid. Like this one. Oh wait, what? I didn't do what I expected. What happened? Oh, no wonder. It was the wrong wand. And you see, this is precisely why I have explosive detonator. Because this wand is a menace. And look at all these explosions. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? I know I'm right, but oh my god. It's a lot of explosions, Sure is a lot of explosions. Golly, that one's a lot of fun. But yeah, how are you doing, Bayhue? I hope you're doing well today. I'm having a pretty good grand old time gathering up the wands so that I can move on to the next New Game Plus loop and then run Limb Save Trimmer and then have faster Noita. Wait, now your phone is screaming for mercy. Is that so, Nerdzilla? For what? Mercy in what respect? Whee! Let's see here. So we got always cast light shot on a terribly shitty wand. You're all good. Just getting into some Diablo 2. That does sound rather enjoyable. I hope you have a... Oh, that's right. I'm glad, actually, that I remembered to grab that guy. And then because I would say this wand is pretty much done, I'm going to put it there. I'm going to grab this guy. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't look like it has anything on it. Waiting for your buddies to get on and start some TI. on 7 days. I see. Now that's exciting. I mean, I certainly hope when that occurs that you have a good deal of fun. That sounds lovely. Yeah, I eventually intend to do some TI with everyone in chat eventually. Yeah, I can only assume that TI is the Twitch integration is what he was saying. I would be shocked if it was something else. For the viewers, for you it's stressful. I mean, that's totally understandable. I mean, well, here's a question. Why is it stressful for you? Are you trying to win? And if so, you have my condolences. Yeah, that does sound stressful. I personally am not very competitive, so I wouldn't try very that hard to win, right? But also, here's one of the lovely. First off, I love Freezing Gaze as a spell. It's great, right? You can do so many pretty things with it, and if my CPU were better, I would be able to do all sorts of gorgeous things with it, right? And like that's just one example of a very pretty thing you can do. No cooldown, spamming zombies and vultures ahead. Yeah, it's been yeah. So that sounds like that sounds about right. TBH. So we've got Electric Arc now. Freezing Gaze has some very interesting properties. For one, someone pointed out on the Noita wiki server that it already has it has two intrinsically very useful things for bounce. It has piercing, right, which is good enough on its own, right? But that's not all. It's got piercing as well as intrinsic bounce. So look at that, right? That's just one bounce modifier. Like, you see how much better this is, right? Hey, 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 Schleifu, it's great to see you. Or if you're not looking for it to go and, like, hit you in particular. Yeah, you can probably make that happen if you're careful about it. Fire in a confined space. Fire it downwards like that. That sort of shit. But, you know. Obviously, you're better off being immune to, like, electricity and explosion. If you use something ridiculous like this. A little bit, yeah. Like, this isn't like a straight up, like, lightning bolt kind of build, but yeah, like, it's some Sith Lord shit. I'm kind of loving it. Like, it's so much fun. And, it's part of why I'm holding on to that relatively mediocre wand, because it's got a pretty fun always cast to experiment with. And I have every intent of doing that in the next New Game Plus loop here. Because a lot of what I was doing here, like in this extremely silly setup of just a whole bunch of wands, is just getting rid of the worst wands. Right, now this guy... What the hell was I doing? I'm trying to remember. What was I doing? Nothing rational. So this guy's just going into here to deal with later. Why am I shooting the Wi-Fi symbol? Great question, Schleifu. Great question. And you hate vultures more than autocorrect. I mean, that's totally valid and understandable. Trying to melt my PC. Tee. That's very funny. A little bit. That's right. And this guy... This particular build I am gonna deal with later. This one... That's right. This one was all about kind of like I want to experiment with these particular... So notice that the speed of Summon Tentacle is 8, right? And the Death Cross does not have a speed. I don't know what that means, but it's slow enough to work. And then we've got Plasma Beam with 40, right? Which, that is slow enough to work and not render the tentacle useless with pinpointer stacks, which I have. And then chain bolt, same deal, speed 40. Bomb speed 60. It's at the upper end of like what you can deal with in this respect. And you got a thing. Let's see. A 40 stream streak. Holy shit. You go, Schleifu. By the way, Schleifu, I actually finished adding most of the sound effects. So, have at it. But yeah, we got Holy Bomb, which is the same. But yeah, it's very exciting, and we can mess about with that a bit more after I grab all these things. Then we can just go to fucking New Game Plus and actually set up a semi-permanent kind, or the next. I think it's New Game Plus 3 at that stage. Yeah. And let's see here. And this one is, you know what? Because I'm putting basically everything in here into just the category 3, that's just what we're going to do. We're just going to put everything into category 3 and be sad about it later. Yeah, that's just what we're going to do, because I am tired of being in this, frankly, utterly destroyed and wrecked world that I have left so little behind in. You saw and you're very happy. I'm very glad.
Lizard.
Lizard. It's true. But yes, while you guys are availing yourself of the new sounds, I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad real quick. I will be back. Indeed, lizard. So this guy. This one shall go in 4, I think. Well, actually, what I'll do for... No, I can't do that.
I don't need this, you mimic come.
See.
I don't need your mimic come. Mimic
This
come.
one. This one will always cast that thing, but I don't really need it to right now. It's fine. You... Yeah, okay, we'll put you in tab 5. Now this one is always cast bounce. It's not really noteworthy in any respect. This one just has all of the modifiers that are kind of important here, and a lot of things that modify lifetime.
Got it. Master of comedy.
I mean, that's a silly one. I like it. Oh yeah, this one. I love this one. This one's really stupid. It's really quite an odd duck of a wand, if you ask me. Let's see here. Yeah, a very odd duck. Yeah. It's so weird. Every time I use this wand, I cannot really get over how utterly peculiar it is. Because indeed, it be thoroughly strange. That's right, I remember now. I also added some more fun yolk sounds to the yolk sounds command. Yeah. So there should be more of those. But yeah, if you're wondering what exactly this particular wand here is doing, basically the increased lifetime with the vacuum bounce is attaching to 2 things. In particular, is attaching to the luminous drill and the chainsaw here. And both of them are just kind of wibble wobbling back and forth. And the bounce and the vacuum bounce are giving it a great deal of ability to dig. Like, look at that. Yeah, because it'll just wibble wobble, and every time it wibbles, and every time it wobbles, it bounce. You know, it's good. It's a pretty silly ass wand, but it's fun. So that wand is the slow but steady. And that's right. One of those things we were doing is eating. God, I wish that I had not accidentally grabbed that perk, but I'm not dealing with the perk nullifying altar for a third time this run after most of the materials are already gone. Such is life. And I agree, Bayhu. The days of pastebin will soon be upon us. Speaking of pastebin, can you explain to me what exactly that is so I actually know I'm actually prepared? Like, I know what it is in, like, the vague concept of it, right? You know, a thing where you, like, paste the link. Is it like a website? Is it a service? Is it like a... Is it free? Do I need to do anything in particular? Do I need to make an account? Like, what exactly will I need to do? Because I don't know jack shit about it, frankly. Newton's on. Actually, you know what? That's perfect. Actually, Newton's unknown fourth law of physics. Whatever will wibble must also wobble. I mean, it's yeah. That rocks. Like, that's really good. Yeah, I'll add it for you. This is fantastic. Oh, hi there, Mr. Fizzle Kittens. How are you doing, Mr. Man? Oh, you want to jump up and say hello? Is that right? Hello, Mr. Man. Who's a good little fuzzland? They humat. Lovely. Save. And that one is quote 33. I still don't know why it does this quotes must be enabled and at least one quote must be added for this feature to work every time. I tried dealing with it earlier today. It didn't do anything. Yeah. And you think you might lurk a little more on this stream because you want to get started on your fan, and that's perfectly all right. And I certainly appreciate it in either case. And before the inspiration fit, by all means, Schleifu, you go to it. Don't let me get in the way of you and inspiration. I am always going to encourage people to do art. It's good shit. Yeah, the I'm taking my spoon out of this soup is a good quote. It is true, the library is being filled with wisdom. Just remove the error. I don't know where... So, here's the thing, right? I don't even know where the fuck that error message is, like, hiding. Right? I don't know where in the stream elements, like, setup that it's hiding where I can just delete it, right? I've not got a singular clue. I wish I did, sincerely, because then I would get rid of it. But I don't know. I don't know. Hey, Meatball, how are ya doing? Also, this ocean of liquids is very pretty, and I enjoy it. It's nice, which, you know, it's, we best enjoy it while it's here, because it won't, we shall be departing relatively soon from this New Game Plus loop. Or New Game Plus 2, rather. Yes, how are you doing, Meatball? And also, guys, I found something most, I guess I would call it I'll just use the word excellent. Just this morning. Let's see. Hello, Hugh. I mean, Hugh is a good name, to be fair. Right? Like, 'cause it's like Hugh with a GH, right? And, you know, but it's also like being hewn from the same cloth, right? It's got a lot of nice, or hewn, from various, substances. It's good stuff. I do believe, yes, you were discussing pounding chicken last time. And it was added as a quote. It should be there. Give me a moment to make sure. Yes, it is quote 31. So you can type quote 31, like exclamation mark quote, space 31, and it should pull it up. Yeah. Oh, the kid. Alrighty, kitty. If you give me just a brief moment, I'll give you a little spot where you can snuzzle, okay? There you go. The spot is made just for you. Just so you can snug. Because I know you love your snugs. I'll even move the computer charging cable so that, you know, it won't bother you. Hamperchamp's mother is visiting. His and his partner's home. And Streamer is trying to matchmake his mother with Chad. I mean, to be fair, like, I'm not gonna lie to you. I have, like, unironically been, like, trying to, matchmake my mother for years. But, yeah, like, my mother's exceedingly, what's the word? I personally think that my mother is, like, moderately aromantic, right? And has just an exceedingly low, like, libido, and so it's just, like, aromantic, so not romantic, lacking in romance desires and the like. Yeah, and the thing, yeah. So really, I realized at some stage it was an entirely fruitless effort, right? But, you know, I tried when I was younger, right? It is a very important distinction. But at some stage I realized that, you know, like, my mother probably, I think that they might well despise humanity a lot more than I do on, like, a deeply, like, subconscious level that they will never realize, but, you know, who could say? And as a consequence of this, I just don't think that, like, like, if I'm being entirely serious about it, I don't know that my mother would ever, I don't think she's getting remarried. In what way? So I would say that my mother is just shy of what I would describe as paranoid. She is hyper cautious in the extreme, with nearly all of the caution being justifiable. Not all of it. And mind you, this also matches up with my grandfather. My grandfather was hyper cautious in the extreme, and most of it was justifiable. However, my mother did not inherit quite as much of it being highly justifiable, in my personal opinion, and she just doesn't trust people, right? Wouldn't that just make for the best reality TV show, though? Every episode is a streamer trying to matchmake their mother and the chatters. Oh my god, actually, yeah. That would, like, that is a great premise for a reality TV show. I'm not gonna lie to you, Bayhu. Like, that is a great one. But also Black Metal Mommy is really funny. So my mother, something really funny about my mother is that she cannot distinguish, like, words from songs. A song with words in it will play, and my mother is totally unable to pick out any of the words. Not even one. You can understand that? I mean, maybe you would get along with my mother, honestly. But yeah. In that respect. But cautious of what? The answer to that question, Shlifu, is yes. Everything. That's a shame. Who is shame about what? Oh, the cautiousness and distrust. That makes sense, actually. That tracks. But yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is that I'd realized at some stage. Ooh. They're mixed to fuck, so you do have to pull the lyrics sometimes. That's really funny. That makes sense. For a second there, like, Bayhu, I totally read that as mixed to fuck, right? So it would, like, mixed with the intention of people fucking into the music, and I was thinking to myself, very bold to bring that up during this conversation. Very humorous. You know, very interested in them MILFs, you know. It's definitely, like, the vibe I was getting from that, like, initially. But I see what you mean now. Let's see, for some, I did not mean to alt-tab out of this. There we go. You always have to read lyrics to understand what's being said. So you get, I mean, that's valid, right? But, Nerdzilla, surely you are able to hear at least one or two words out of the song before that point, right? Surely. The same goes for you know, like, yeah, my mother can't. Like, nothing. Like, we could be sitting in, like, in a room, like, listening to it, like, literally something, like, super heinously inappropriate, and if I didn't give the game away with my face or whatever, right, my mother would not notice. You gonna get started on the art? Still listen to streams though, and see you when it's time to have the paint dry. I mean, I look forward to it, Sleep, for that sounds fan-freaking-tastic. But yes, that's always that's honestly, I think, one of the less interesting things about my mother, because she's also precisely the reason why I have why I inherited congenital face blindness, in part, right? And how am I? I'm doing pretty alright today, in particular because I discovered something I forgot where it was / I thought was lost, regarding a bunch of my research, regarding, like, chronic pain and stuff, and I have a bunch of very fun, I mean, in my opinion, fun, right? Like, bibliographies and citations for different purposes that I like pre-assembled and collated for this purpose. The only, like, thing that's a little frustrating to me is they're old enough that I didn't actually have, like, sufficient, and that's right. I wanted to do something stupid as could be with this particular one, and it's dumb, but I'm not going to give it away just yet, because half the fun is trying it out. Let's see. Auditory processing disorder, also known as central. Fascinating. I didn't know that. Actually, that's really interesting. And honestly, I would not be surprised. My mother had some type of like auditory processing issue, right? Because my mother often like hyper focuses on certain like types of words and things. It doesn't quite necessarily listen. I think misses the forest for the trees regarding what people are saying sometimes in that respect. Let's see. So this, yes, this one is designed to simply explode forever. And it does what it says on the tin. It delivers. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to put that one away, but it's okay. I can live with that. And this wand has some of those really rare things, but you know, I don't want to put it in the just storage category. That would be sad. So I'm gonna put it in the same category as everything else, which is 3. Which, you know, I'm gonna deal with it later, and it's gonna be a terrible pain in the ass to deal with, but that's what we're gonna do. Now this one, I remember, yes, this is a fantastic reverse mana charge wand that we had yet to spec into literally anything. Yeah, we did not finish building out this wand. I'm gonna put this away over in 5. Because we are moving into New Game Plus. That's what we're moving to New Game Plus 3. I did watch The Office US, yes. And but overall I'm rather quite I also discovered one of the most genuinely moving things a professor / teacher ever said to me during my time in university. They actually, so I guess, have you guys ever, those of you who have been to university, you guys, like, surely you had situations where, like, in the class you had to, like, analyze your own privilege, right? Has that happened to anybody in any university or, like, academic setting? And to just, like, you know, point it out and whatnot. Somewhat, yeah. So, for me, I had, like, at this particular stage, I was mostly done with my time in university. It was my last year in, like, university, and I was really miffed, just in general, at the university system and at everything going on. And the fact that I had done this entire process about 8 to 12 times separately, right? I got tired of writing the same shit over and over again in slightly different ways. And it was more work to, like, keep track of these, like, these papers that I frankly despised having to write. Because, mind you, I was writing it from, like, a position of, like, nowhere in the prompt was disability mentioned, right? And so I got very tired of not mentioning it, right? And because, like, in some classes I had been in some classes, like, the professors had the audacity to take points off because I opted to mention the fact that I was, like, very disabled and whatnot. Very audacious of them, but, you know, it's pretty much to be expected, really. And, like, people know it. Yeah, I see. So it is for you, especially when there's a low hum. Interesting. Misophonia, I believe, is what that's called, right? With a lot of these sounds. Yeah, misophonia. I've heard that one before. Ren told me about misophonia. That's the word for it. And this wand, I suppose, shall go into the same bin. Yeah. It shall go insane. Then. Do, 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 do. And in large part, like I was, I did a lot of like the first like 11 times that I did this assignment, right? I would basically be like, yeah, um, I'm white and I have privilege in this respect, and you know, like, I would not have been able to get to university given my other disadvantages were that not the case. Furthermore, if my family weren't rich during my early childhood, I would not have been able to get where I am. But, you know, most of the privilege from these things did not last. And, yeah, just... I basically just told the kind of like a sad sack story of like the financial ruin of my family, right? But I got sick of telling this story, right? You gotta say hello to a few other people. May return if you have. You bet a bet, and you do the very same, Godzilla. I hope you have a great day. But yeah, and like, I kind of got a bit tired of like telling the same story, right? It just, I was deeply just done telling the story over and over and over again. And so, at this time, I was just like, you know what, I reject your premise. And I just was like, yeah, no, sure, I have these, like, aspects of privilege, but they barely, like, they barely amount to anything because, of like the ways in which the university system disenfranchises disabled people, right? And the ways in which the fundamental need to be in a place is what people with disabilities struggle with the very most. And like, that is the only place you can express and take advantage of that privilege, right? And so that is one of the primary ways in which like disabled people are kind of prevented from having access to a lot of different types of privilege that, you know, they would otherwise have. Mind you, like, I'm not speaking at all on the morality or ethics of privilege as a concept, merely that, you know, it would have otherwise been there, right? And yeah, like, so it's great. It's just like, so this professor, rather than like be miffed at me, right? Because I was not engaging with the assignment really in the way that they had asked me to, in any respect, because of how many, and I think they could probably tell how many times I've written this like fucking spiel, because of like how frustrated I was, like, and how it came across in the writing. Because like I also went into the ways in which like I was having to deal with the fact that like my medical care was actively being threatened both by the government and to some extent by like various doctors around me who were like part of my medical care, right? And how I was having to constantly argue that my life was worth living fundamentally, right? That I deserved medication that made me able to live a life, right? And this was an exceedingly frustrating sort of thing. And so then I basically just, I started pulling out a whole bunch of other research and citing all that shit, and, you know, speaking it to, you know, how really there's not that much of a difference to the ways in which disabled people are like disenfranchised and other groups are disenfranchised. The only real difference is what the methods of disenfranchisement are, right? But that there's many common underlying factors there, and that at the end of the day,
disability is a highly intersectional issue. And even more specifically, people with chronic pain is, like, chronic pain is one of the singularly most intersectional identities that, a person can have, because over 2/3 of people will develop it in their lifetime, right? Or pardon me, 1/3 of people. Give me a sec. I also got this. I got this. I got a funny thing I can do. Give me a sec. It's hilarious, I promise. Perfect. But yes, as I was saying. So basically, I wrote this paper about, like, how the fundamental, like, aspects of privilege that one would assume that I might have, right, in a situation due to, like, my, like, various things were not things I was able to fully take advantage of. Yeah. Interesting about the when there's a lot going on. Yeah, that's more or less like the what do you call it? General just kind of, oh god, there's a name for it. When you're just, like, generally you get overwhelmed like that. It's autism overstimulation. There we go. It's just a common trait, being very neurodivergent and whatnot. Yeah. Oh, that too. Yeah, yeah. Although that one's probably just more normal, like aging related type stuff, right? Because your hearing gets worse as you age. Okay, now this guy. I would like to figure out a way to make that ridiculous build work correctly. Now this one was my on-the-go, easy, simple homing rock build. It's not complicated. It's a simple homing rock. This guy, I don't actually need this many tentacle. I'm going to get rid of a few of them. But yes, low humming sound of power tools. Let's see. Lucked having parents who were educated and pushed me to get educated. I see. I mean, yeah, that is fortunate in some respects. Yeah, it's quite fortunate. Let's see. Let's see. So we've also got a lot more on a possible interpretation of your slime character. Is there anything important to you when it comes to interpreting? Like some characteristics you would like to see preserved or something? Oh, I also... I should probably do something about making the way this guy, flips back and forth like that, but, it's fine. I have said my academic bibbin, so it's okay. Wait, was this the right one? No, this one's a lot more jittery. This is the more chill one, that's right. Good stuff. What's new? Anything important comes to interpreting some characteristics you would like to see preserved. Oh, I see. As long as they are jelly, they are like a blob, right? They are squish and made of slime is all good, and if you want them to look menacing, well, that's a separate discussion. But let's see. They are a little bit of a jellyfish, but they're also a little bit of an octopus vibe, right? All of these things are like pretty darned acceptable in many respects. For a more menacing eldritch, kind of look okay. In which case, he has a gigantic plasma cannon. Yes. If you'd like, it can look like a gigantic minigun that is quite literally manifesting out of the slime, or like being pulled from an interdimensional void. There's lots of options. But alternatively, you could go for a sword made of the concept of bleeding itself, right? And causing the eldritch, cellular juices to be evaporating, because as all good fractal slimes do, they have, as soon as they bleed, the blood aerosolizes and returns to the slime. Perfect recycling system, you see. Yes. So you could do that to have like red vapors coming off of the sword if you felt like it. It'd be a long kind of straight sword with a bit of a pointed end, kind of like a spear. Somewhat, in the sense that you locked in the... I see, it makes sense, Meatball, that tracks. This is how it is for you, especially with that humming sound. But what are you supposed to do? Claim you refuse to get into the universe by pure privilege? I'm not getting that universe. Nah, I think it's more so just to be the entire, like, after having done the exercise, like, actually a dozen times, I can tell you exactly what the point is. The point is to simply understand where you are coming from, right? And to keep it in mind whenever other people, like, are saying shit about stuff and things, basically, right? Yeah, that's all, really. It's just... And if, like, somebody else is gonna have a perspective that they're talking about that, like, you very much wouldn't, that maybe listen. That's basically the vibe, right? That's it. I'd argue that's kind of, like, what they're trying to say. In the most simple of terms, really. But yeah, I do understand the frustration. Like, believe me, I can understand it. Like, personally, my frustration was primarily the fact that I'd done the same thing 12 times. And, like, it was driving me a little insane. Like, how many times I had to do the same fucking things over and over again, right? It was just, oh god, it was so frustrating. Immensely so. My frustration, immeasurable. At the time, my day ruined. Yeah, but I'm certainly fine these days. But man, that shit was mighty irritating. Cause yeah, it was also just a lot of wasted effort and work, right? Because like saying the same thing a bunch of different ways, like from different like theoretical model angles about it, right? About what the deal is there, and it's just like, oh my god, like how much more like do you really want me to say here? There's not much else to say. It's just that the situation is as it be. But of course, I was taking the class, so on a certain level you can blame me for that. For having to like do the same thing over and over. I mean, but like it was just like I don't feel that like having people do a thing that's not that fun over and over again is a good way necessarily to like get them to look favorably upon doing a certain thing, right? And as a consequence, I don't feel that it was necessarily the smartest like kind of call to go about doing it in that manner. That said, I'm not so sure that they thought that part through. I think it was a top-down kind of like institutional type of thing, but like it's a, I don't actually know. But in either case, like it's just a question of like the essence of like how things are taught. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, about a formal exercise or something? Oh yeah, I love it. Yeah, you put a slug tentacle kind of thing next to it because that kind of thing just got. I love that so much. That's delightful. That is delightful. It makes me happy. Let me see. let's not be not caught up in chat. Give me a sec. Let's catch up real quick. Okay. Yeah, I can understand, like, misophonia. Like, yeah, it's a specific medical term, basically. Yeah, but, yeah, I didn't know it means hate of voice. That's quite funny. Yeah, but it's generally also a pretty general term. Like, it can be used for, like, a lot of different types of, like, you know, this type of sound is just unbearable and shit, right? Like, for an example for me, personally, like, it's definitely misophonia. Hearing styrofoam squeak causes me physical pain in my teeth in particular. I don't understand why. That is just how it is, and as a consequence, I organize my life around staying the fuck away from styrofoam because I despise it. Yeah. Boo styrofoam. Did you guys know that acetone will render it into a sludge? It's very funny. But yeah, let's see. But when there's a lot. Oh, not really listening. Yeah, but where the F is the such and such you're hunting a Baltic? That's really funny. It's quite fun. Okay. The classes, the art. From the phone, yeah, that's quite funny. Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, no, I'm actually just thinking of the term for, like, in its medical context, right? Yeah. And also, Schleifu, the Eldritch Slimes, don't necessarily have to be in a blob form. They can basically render themselves into any shape, including humanoid if they so desire. Why the lawnmower thing? I am just going to try my best to ignore the lawnmower sounds. But yeah, they have Eldritch Slimes can also have sharp teeth. What's the point of the sharp teeth? Almost exclusively for ripping and tearing flesh, right? They're not actually there to help with digestion because they can just do that with acid. But you know, sometimes you gotta rip and tear. You know, rip and tear. Just ask the Doom guy, right? He understands. And let's see, trying to go for that. The Doom. Jellyfish and Angel Lapis. I love that. That's fantastic. And 10 out of 10. That's beautiful. I love it. Let's see. So, And was I asking about a formal exercise or something? Yeah, I guess I was in many respects. Give me like 2 seconds to find it. I don't think I'll like unpacking. There it is, right? I found it. So it's a fine article. It truly is, right? And it's by a fairly like substantially reputable like academic, right? And I don't actually take significant issue with the thing itself. I really don't. I more take issue with how it was used, really, in the thing. And give me a sec. Oh yeah, nails on chalkboard are evil, 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 evil. But yes, actually, wait. Is it just not gonna let me paste it here? Then, if you're not gonna let me paste the damn thing there, then I'll just put it in the fucking Discord then. That's fine by me. Discord. Do 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 do. What? What happened to the? No. Why did you exit? I do not understand. Computer, why are you misbehaving? Is there a reason for this? Would you maybe not do that right now? Discord. Lovely. Okay. But yeah, like so really it was it was basically how the professor responded to my like description of how it was frustrating to have been made to like unpack the same invisible knapsack, right? And be reminded on like a literal dozen separate occasions of all of the different advantages that I do not have. Right? And then it's just that it can be very exasperating, and how like I frankly had a lot more pressing issues to deal with at the time, which is true. I definitely had much more pressing issues to deal with because that was back when I was running the nonprofit I was running, right? And I was having to like actively talk to the legislators in my and several other people's states to basically persuade them not to pass legislation that was already in the House, right? I had to tell them to like not pass that shit. As other states had, because you know, there was a whole bunch of evidence that it just kills people, right? And should I have failed in this endeavor, I probably would not be here talking to you about it. So like, you know, I was dealing on a day-to-day basis. I kind of described this stuff in the fucking in the essay itself. And I don't know, something about the way that the professor responded made me feel quite a lot more heard and understood than I had really felt by anybody in the fucking university system in years. Because like it's not as though like that many people understood like what the struggles I was dealing with were, even remote. Why won't you let me paste the damn link to the fucking thing? It shouldn't be that difficult. Like I okay. I give up. I am not going to paste it. It's called Unpacking the Invisible Knapsack. It's by Peggy McIntosh. But yes. No worries, Bayhugh. You were all good. A phone from, yeah. Ripping apart styrofoam. No, I think you spelled that one right. I think. Really, it's satisfying. Awful interesting. I just sound people are cutting stuff on their plates. It makes that high-pitched screech. Now, that is a type of misophonia for sure. Makes the high-pitched pitches screech. Gives me physical pain. I said this my entire life. Your family just straight up doesn't believe. Yeah, like, it's called misophonia, Schleifu. Not that I think your family will believe you suddenly, because frankly, I think I've already said my piece on that one, and you have my double condolences and yeah, comfort. But yeah, yeah. Clip and shear until it's done. What'd you say? Yeah, the second spelling, Schleifu, yes. M-I-S-O, phonia, correct. And yeah, nails on chalkboard, yeah. I mean, the auto can have prefixes and affixes which modify them a bit. And you just ran into a ghostly goat. That's pretty good. I love it. I like ghostly goat. That's pretty awesome, actually. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Rip and tear, clip and shit. Ooh, that's pretty good, actually. I dig that. 10 out of 10. But yeah, basically, I kind of want to pull up what the professor said, because back when I read it at the time, like when I first read it, it genuinely kind of like just brought me to tears because of just how sweet what the words they said were, right? Because it was like I hadn't nobody had really. So back in 2016, right, and 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, yeah, and during that time frame, just before COVID, all of the media had been like laser focused on just on the opioid epidemic, is what it was called in the US, right? And nothing was really spoken about like the issues that the bad legislation responding to it simply so that they could look like they were doing something about it was like doing, right? And so it like came up very frequently in like classes and stuff, and it got very frustrating, kind of like the invisible knapsack thing. Mind you, I was being a bit unreasonable just outright because I was having my life threatened on a regular basis, right? It makes you a little bit short and irritable, as you would expect, right? If somebody's constantly being having their life threatened, they're not going to be very pleasant to talk to, realistically speaking. I feel very fortunate that this is no longer happening to me on a regular basis, because yeah, I feel a lot. It's just much better, and but yeah, it was definitely the type of thing that like I was really shocked at how well it was received by the professor. And let's see, I'm scrolling down to find it. There it is. They said that it was actually quite funny. They didn't actually take any points away from my argument about the social construction of the concept of race, and they said, I'm looking at your paper here on two levels. First, I'm grading the rubric, and I'm focused on your argument on the construct of race. So the rubric reflects that largely because your arguments involving race, though good, are fairly short. But that's just one piece of the larger trajectory for you. I think it's extremely sharp on your part to compare the discriminations faced by those in chronic pain, by those marginalized by race or gender. Of course, this all goes together. you've got a well-developed, carefully considered series of arguments here, as you've had throughout the class. Which that meant that they remembered me, right? It was because this was one of those classes where there was like 1,000 people or so in it, right? So I was really, it was very sweet that they actually remembered me, you know. And that was nice there too. And you know, each down to then it was just work it down to 1,000 words or less, and I was like, yeah, sure, I can do that, right? And I do a nice job backing him up with the evidence of, you know, and citing it and shit about like, yeah. And they also said that, for example, the people who died of overdoses actually died from illicit fentanyl and not from prescription opioids. And you show a ton of data backing that up. And show it, don't just cite it. The people won't actually look it up. So if you can demonstrate it right on the page, that'll get their attention. I remember that this was also very nice of them because I at that stage was like so deep inside of baseball, like of like this part of academia, right? That getting view time. What? Question. I don't understand that. Okay. But yeah. So like at that particular stage, I was basically losing a little bit of sight of the TV. I see. I was kind of losing sight of. Oh yeah, exactly. Correct. Thank you, Meeple. Now I understand what you're saying. Exactly. Yeah, the only things that were getting view time was exactly the stuff on the opioid epidemic, right? And so to have like just somebody to take the argument seriously, right? Like this was a consistent struggle. I'd mostly given up, right, on actually like convincing somebody who was not like the legislators, right? And I basically funneled all my focus and energy in on making the most concise humanly possible, extremely dense, but 8th grade reading level, 1.5 to 2 page briefs for legislative assistants and the actual legislators. And this consumed like 1/3 of all of my time at university was doing this type of thing. And mind you, I was at university for like 5 or 6 years. It took me extra time, you know, because I'm disabled and shit, as you would expect. Such things take extra time. And so basically, I ended up just like, I was just so fixated on this particular aspect of things. I was like, yeah, why didn't it occur to me to just like use one of these graphs? Right? I'm not actually talking about that paper. Because what I found was actually, so to put it in perspective for you guys, I have written, and you actually started reading it. I appreciate that, Meatball. I don't recommend that, especially given the fact that, you know, you've already got depression. I don't think you need more of it. Right? It's a sad enough paper on its own. Yeah, so like, but then I appreciate you reading it in either case, though. But yeah, like, in a lot of respects, I wasn't expecting someone to engage with it and just point something. It cancels. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's understandable. That's really funny. Yeah, I wasn't expecting somebody to like take it as seriously as it deserves to be taken, right? Because my entire like university experience had been the opposite, and I was just a bit baffled by the whole thing, and frankly, it put a real smile on my face to see that this person, like, that because I went ahead and just copied and pasted the nice things they'd said, right? And And because they also said that they liked my argument that it rivals past propaganda, and that might be the topic of one op-ed in itself. And they said that I might consider a separate article about the CDC's handling of Lyme disease, right? And like it's a great point. And the thing, because I was like, these are things I would have taken more seriously if I had given more of a shit about the class, right? And this person engaging honestly with like the work that I had done there really did wonders for making me care about the actual like education I was getting during that last year, right? Which made it a lot easier to like get through that last year in university, because I was struggling, man. I was really struggling. Like when I say that I limped through my like last year in university, that is overstating how mobile I was at the finish line, right? It was more like I dragged myself like by my like just on the ground with my hands across the finish line, and just my hand made it across, right? That was basically how I finished university. And so to have somebody just being very kind about this and like fundamentally engaging academically with me was it gave me the type of like, I don't know, like hope for humanity, right? That like humanity was worthwhile and stuff. Yeah, that I kind of needed to keep on going through the university system, right, and to finish doing all the things. Because that shit is boy howdy, is that a lot of work and crap. It's always just so damn much work, and because you're supposed to get through university like with a bunch of other like peers helping you with like pursue your interests, basically, right? That's like the idealized idea, concept. But naturally, like as I kind of went into like the assignment, canvas is now black. Time to watch paint dry. Hell yeah, exciting. But yeah, like it was the whole kind of like focusing in on the idealized academic discourse, because I love that shit, right? I do genuinely love academic discourse. It's part of what makes me a very silly, goofy person, because I don't know, I if you ask me, academic jargon is very funny. I've always found academic jargon that is basically total nonsense outside of its context hysterically funny. And I appreciate that, Schleif. It means a lot. Yeah, it's certainly... If I could have not had to deal with that crap and had a less to focus on, I guess. Like, because frankly, like, there were other things I wanted to do research on, right? I wanted to do research on brain injuries more, right? I wanted to focus in on that. I wanted to focus in on like consciousness. I wanted to focus in on more specifically on transcranial magnetic stimulation. You guys may have heard it. Heard of it? It's a treatment for depression. It's called RTMS, repetitive transcranial magnetic stimulation. And what I specifically wanted to do was figure out a bunch of different areas of the brain that you could use RTMS on to help alleviate the symptoms of things like OCD, bipolar disorder, etc. Just one after the other after the other. Clystrone. What is a clystrone? I do not know what this is. I will look it up, but I do not know. Give me a sec. I'm looking up. What is a clystrone? Linear beam vacuum tube invented in 1937. That's actually really funny. No, but this is really humorous. I love this. Oh, an amplifier for high radio frequency? That's really good. That's good. Up into the microwave. That's so it's like you want me to stand in front of a giant microwave is what you're saying? That's really quite funny. And to generate the drive power for modern particle accelerators. Fascinating. Fascinating. I had no idea about this. I'm going to read more about this later. I love it. But more accurately, it's just like an electromagnet. And you basically put it right up on the skull. Yeah. Yeah. It is comically, yeah. And this also emits like electromagnetism, right? But the idea is to do it in a pulsed series of relatively controlled sequences, right? That you can research somewhat ahead of time on like mice and whatnot to see like how they behave in the long term, like after having these types of interventions. Because also there's it's fucked. It's so weird. In like academia, they like will breed various like mice for various mental illnesses, right? Or the closest approximation that mice can have, so that they can figure out various treatments for human beings, right, on those mice. And like yeah, that's just how it is. I don't like it, but that is how it is, unfortunately. But yeah. Let's see, let's put this guy here. Scooch this. Scoocheroo this. And scoocheroo that. Scoocheroo this. Remember that this one was humorously underwhelming and not very good. Now this guy, and let me see. So we got the Arecibo planetary radar used 2 klystrons that provide a total power output of 1 megawatt continuous at 2,380 megahertz. That's a lot of megahertz. And Schlieffen, and also I deeply respect your ability to put these things into words, research, and understand them on a scientific level, and then use it to confront people in power who are actively threatening your existence. I mean, I appreciate that. It was not very easy at times, and it was there was quite a lot of failure, but there were several meaningful successes, and frankly, that made it in large part a lot worth it, you know. And you know, at the end of the day, I suppose I survived, which that's something. I will certainly take it. But thank you very much, Sleefu. I genuinely appreciate that. As a result of reading and studying and writing. And when you're done with that, you continue more reading and studying and writing. It's also very true. It is, yeah, like, yeah, because, back in high school, I'd already started reading about chronic pain and whatnot, but I was far more interested, actually, in osmotic demyelination syndrome, and pharmacology. Now, if you might be wondering, what in the fuck is osmotic demyelination syndrome? Oh boy, howdy, do I have something interesting for you. Firstly, I will impart to you exactly what it is through 3 separate means. First, the words osmotic demyelination syndrome. Second, a song. I believe it went something like, my friend and I like cooked up this ridiculous song. It was osmotic demyelination syndrome. Osmotic demyelination syndrome fucks up your memory and cognition. Don't get osmotic demyelination syndrome.
No.
Yup. Yeah. Yes. Yes. The thing. It's reasonable. So basically, osmotic demyelination syndrome is something that can happen whenever. So basically, there is a state in the brain called hyponatremia. Your brain does not have enough sodium. And in case you guys did not know, all of the brain basically runs on sodium. And if you don't have sodium, your brain doesn't do stuff. It can't work, it can't function, it can't think. And that's because, and this state is in part, it's also a bodily state, not just the brain, called hyponatremia. Now, if you balance the salt content too rapidly when you had hyponatremia, what can occur is the breakdown of the blood-brain barrier. Breakdown of the blood-brain barrier. Yes, precisely. And this is very bad. And so, and what do I mean? The brain runs on sodium. So all of your axons are run by what is like sodium ion gated. I believe that the phrase is sodium ion gated. Something channels. Oh fuck. I used to know this off the top of my head. This is what the fuck. Yeah. This is what happens when you don't think about axons for a long time. But basically, myelin is the insulator for the brain and shit, and you need the basically there's like it creates a positive negative, like a railgun kinda, so it can go boing 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 boing. You learned about this? That's good. So basically, what hyponatremia and correcting it too quickly causes is the breakdown of the blood-brain barrier, and this allows in the macrophages, which then start demyelinating axons. That's as bad as it sounds. Frankly, cue the no sound effects, because this is a bad one. Like, it's bad.
No.
Because it's fucked, bro. Like, it's so messed up. Because fundamentally, that means that you still have these neuronal connections, but that they are drastically less likely. Yes, the wires in your brain get badly damaged. Yeah, precisely. Yeah, exactly, Shlifu. But then the macrophage is attacked and everything. You know what? That's so good, Shlifu. That's quote material right there. That shit is getting put straight into quotes, because that is some 10 out of 10 stuff there. Oh, it's I believe Avatar: Last Airbender. Yeah. Schlifu. Lovely. Schlifu. I'm just feeling silly today. Yeah. Yeah. And essentially so what's really bad about so hyponatremia can happen normally, right? But so what usually ends up occurring is that it's balanced rather slowly over time. However, if it is more rapidly done, it causes a bunch of the cells to burst. Yeah. And yeah, this is terrible. Yeah, a lot of people die from it. Osmotic demyelination syndrome usually kills people. Yeah. And the problem is that, now this all you're going to see how all of this relates back to all of the things I've been talking about right now. So, what do you guys think causes hyponatremia? What do you think? What could possibly cause such a severe imbalance of sodium in the body to fuck you up that bad? Too much water, that's one thing. You're on the right track, Meatball. Your water. I'll give you a hint. It involves water retention. We would have guessed dehydration. That's a superb guess. Too little water. Too much water. Too little water. I mean, also great guesses. What you're saying is you shouldn't eat salt, right? No, you should eat salt. No, hypo is not enough. Distilled water, distilled water, terrible. That's very funny. No, you. This is from not enough sodium, mind you. Yeah, hyponatremia, not hyper. No, hypo, not enough salt. You know, have salt. Salt is good for you. Believe it or not, salt is good for you. You don't want too damn much of it, but you need salt. You die without that shit. You only know of hypochondria. Don't get me started on that shit. Like, I will have I will yap about it forever. But, like, yeah, where you just assume. I mean, I figured that, yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of them are, like, Greek words. It didn't really occur to me, because to me it's just medicalese, I suppose. It's just medical words. Because I started learning medical words at such a young age, right? That I was just like, huh. Yeah. It's all English to me, I suppose, in that sense. But here's the interesting part. You know, I've talked about drug interactions, right? So, salt is good for you. So what you're saying is I should eat spoons full of salt at a time. I mean, I suppose if you're craving it that much, that's a good indication that you have postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. A lot like Ren, because this is actually one of the most prototypical like presentations. Is if you crave salt, but you know, like as Ren was saying, they ate bouillon cubes sometimes. Yeah, but that said, of course, I'm no clinician. I can't diagnose you with jack shit. However, of course, it called them. I do love the word cognate. It's great. Yeah, I mean, you know, mean the same shit. Yeah, and that's true. Yeah. I mean, it's cognate. Actually, the word cognate's very fascinating because, like, there's like the specific like language to language usage of the word, like a cognate. Like, what's a good example? Actually, what is a good example between Spanish and English? There's several. Shit, I don't know, man. Let me ask. Before I can actually answer that question, Meatball, I need to know: do you use kosher salt or iodized salt? It matters. The fuck's kosher salt? Odds are you're using iodized salt. Kosher salt is non-iodized salt. Because prior to iodized salt, people had severe iodine deficiencies for most of history, basically. I believe one of the things that you could get was scurvy. No, it's something like that. But yeah, iodized salt is very standard. It's just that same smart friend that Ren was talking about the other day. Yeah, it's not Wait, what? Where it's not what? The most common salt you can get at a supermarket is likely to be iodized salt. Likely. That said, that can vary country to country. Like, it's hard to say. Yeah. It is, yeah, then I agree with you, Bayu. In a lot of cases, whatever you're eating probably has enough salt. Just most, yeah, true. The important part here is actually the iodine. Yeah. Because prior to iodized salt, as like this is one of mankind's, it's actually one of mankind's greater innovations. Hilariously, wait, it is iodized, but they sell iodized salt separately. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that one. Not the mom refuses to use salt. It's just that her cooking does not use lots of salt. Uses, and that's probably fine, realistically. Nice, mein Schleidersheim. Interessant. Oh, cute little kitties making a little sound. But yes, what's important about all that shit, right, is that you remember what I talked about with drug interactions, how if you're taking two medications and they act on the same liver... Did I describe this stuff to you? Does the word cytochrome ring any bells? I'll spell it out for you guys. CYP 450 is what should ring a bell. I'll spell it. Cytochrome. Yeah, cytochrome. Thank you, Maple. I appreciate you. You use pan salt, which you can't for life you translate fluent chemistry, so you just fucked in this comment. That's very funny, actually. Well, don't worry, I can just look it up. You can just look up what is pan salt. What is pan salt? Patented mineralized salt alternative developed in Finland in the 80s to help lower sodium intake, balance blood pressure, contains about 40% less sodium chloride. Okay, let's see. It's got potassium. It does not have iodine. Okay, no, it does. It has potassium iodide. Never mind. Equal to regular salt. That's good. That's good. That's good. Thank God for that. Yeah, so that's actually rather fascinating. So it's got sodium chloride, potassium chloride, magnesium sulfate, lysine hydrochloride, used to mask the bitter metallic taste of potassium. I mean, that's sensible. 1% silicon dioxide, an anti-caking agent, and then a very small percentage of potassium iodide. Okay, it's pretty good. Huh. Fascinating. It contains high levels of potassium and should only be used under medical guidance by individuals with kidney disease or other conditions affecting potassium balance. Well, that's really quite fascinating. I didn't know that. Neat. The paint is dry. See you later. Absolutely. Oh, I certainly shall have fun. But yes, so basically, if you guys are taking two medications that act on the same cytochrome or liver enzyme, and you should know that 86+% of all medicines known to mankind act on CYP3A4 and CYP2D6. So nearly all of medications use the same two liver enzymes, of which your body can only produce a finite amount at any given moment. Thusly, it's very important to space these things out by 45 minutes each, right? So you take one medication, then you take the other one 45 minutes later. Yeah, and you make sure not to cause degradation of the enzymes by eating in that interim period or in the 45 minutes prior to taking the first thing. So basically, it's you don't eat for 45 minutes. You take your medicine. You wait 45 minutes. You take the next medicine. You wait 45 minutes, and then you can eat. It's a pain in the ass. However, that is basically the best way to go about doing that. And not doing that can lead to what is known as, well, it's known as several different things, but at the end of the day, it's a drug interaction, is what it's called. It's called a drug interaction. And it leads to a higher side effect profile and a lower desired effect profile. And obviously that's bad. And because you got more side effect and less of the effect you want. And then you basically are not having a good time. And hyponatremia is in fact a common side effect of quite a few different types of what do you call it? Quite a few different types of drug interactions, right? As a consequence of this, right, you need to keep in mind that fluid retention then happens. You'll get thirstier because you need more sodium, but your body will be holding on to that water. So basically, you will be you'll basically be decreasing your sodium content by volume by drinking more water. Like, the problem is, like, this is a very serious situation, and the real issue has to do with the drug interaction itself causing the fluid retention in the first place, right? And this is fundamentally what connects a lot of, like, pharmacology and whatnot, as well as, like, various treatments for antidepressant, like with antidepressants and things. It's actually quite a lot more complicated than that, Bayhu. Basically, there's a whole bunch of different minerals in the water, and those minerals are all things you need. The water moisturizes cells, and it does a whole bunch of other shit, including making it so that your lymphatic system pumps. Because your lymphatic system, your waste drainage system for your muscles and your fascia, does not possess its own pump. So, you, like, yeah. Hey, Om Nom Nom, welcome on in. How are you doing? It's good to see you again. We are talking about the lymphatic system, as well as, what else were we talking? Yeah, drug interactions and something called osmotic demyelination syndrome, which is a fancy way of saying your brain got fucked by a thing. BHM quad up. I do not know what this is. I do not know what this is. I mean, I like Omnon. That's a good name. I see. I mean, it's okay. If you get to enjoy a joke more than once, what's wrong with that? I think that's great. And we're right now just kind of like collecting up our wands to move on to the new game +3. Yeah. You're struggling to read the time on the wand clock on my screen. That's really funny. That's really funny. I love that.
Spin!
Spin indeed, I agree. There is big spin here. There's much spin happening, you are right. You speak the truth. But yes, also I needed this particular wand. I wanted to hold. That's right, I remember what I was going to do. I was going to move these things that I do not need on this one. Oh, that's right. This was just gonna. Oh, I remember this one. The entire idea was to make them follow me around and make the character bleed, so that they could eat slime. It was a very stupid wand. Why did I do that? That's really dumb. You're about to test some drug interactions? That's quite funny. I mean, that's fair. So actually, this is an interesting topic. So, the nature of... So first off, so something that is little known these days is why, like, the... So basically, something you can think about is the route of administration, i.e., for example, you're, like, especially if you're having, like, marijuana things and you're smoking and the like, and you're, like, doing it through, like, as an inhalant. This is a totally separate route of administration that, in many respects, bypasses the liver. and thusly it's likely not to cause a drug interaction of that sort, right? Which is very fascinating. However, that doesn't mean it's not going to cause a different type of drug interaction, but we are not getting into that today, class. That's a totally separate thing, and it's frankly exponentially more complicated. Yeah. Oh yeah, alcohol. Yeah, no, alcohol bad. Yeah, it's not good for you, man. It's rough on you. It's rough on you livers. It's not good for you. But I'm glad that it's out. You know, saving the liver. Yeah, I mean, cause yeah, alcohol is not good for you. But yeah, it's an interesting type of thing with all these types of saying you should smoke. Ah, it's funny. I am so glad that you enjoy my giddy laugh. That makes me happy, actually. Yay, it makes me smile. It makes me smile muchly. Cause you know, hi, it's while drinking. I mean, to be fair, it's okay. It's okay. Drink beer sometime, right? It's okay. Don't be sad, or hide, embarrassed, cause it's fine. You know, if you're able to handle it, you know, your bodily constitution is aight with it. I certainly am not going to tell you shouldn't do a thing like that, because frankly, I can't give medical advice one way or the other. So why should I tell you one thing or the other? I shouldn't, so I shan't. Please return to the salt discussion. Oh, sure, absolutely. Yeah, and it's true. So, anyhow, let me return to, like, what exactly was my question? It was it what causes the salt to be, what causes it to, the salt retention? Let's see. Give me a moment. I just want to make sure that I get back around to my point effectively. Ah, yes, it was what causes hyponatremia. And the answer has everything to... So what do you guys know about pressure gradient force? I bet Meatball knows lots about it. Well, painting and typing doesn't. Salt is how you... You know, you're so right. You are so right. And in fact, I do believe we are about to go to, what's his name? Call me and go and wreck his shit. So we are. Hey there, me standing. What's up? How you doing? How you doing? Discussion. Oh yeah. So get him. I love it. So when you the big issue with this type of fluid retention that happens after drug interactions is that it tends to just get rapidly worse as the person drinks more water because they're fucking thirsty, right? And so you have less and less sodium per liter of your body liquid, right? And this basically leads to the situation of that breakdown of the blood-brain barrier. And the reason for that is due to that breakdown of the pressure gradient, essentially, that is maintaining a part of the blood-brain barrier. And this is a pretty huge deal that, you know, causes catastrophic issues in the body. And essentially, the sodium is essential in maintaining the balance between these things, because without that, like... without a proper sodium balance, your like neurons won't function, your axons will not go, your nerves shan't fire, you can't feel things, you know, like it gets fucked really fast, and like sporadic numbness can start happening as well. Like that's when you know it's a really bad situation and the person might well be near death. Is like if they get like the sporadic numbness from the hyponatremia, but like that's not common at all. And yeah, a person would be, if they were at that stage, would be lucky to make it out alive without severe brain damage. Yeah. Younger cat sits on the mat. Wow, usually your older cat sits, and he is miffed. He tries to gently bite the young one's neck, like slowly. Okay, that's really quite funny. It's like a gentle correction, right? That's really cute, actually. That's precious. I love that. I love kitties. They're so great. So nice. And essentially, the big deal about like the osmotic demyelination syndrome and whatnot is the fact that it can just kind of happen from any type of drug interaction where fluid retention happens, and that is most types of drug interactions, right? Because a person, if they're going to have a sudden cognitive decline if this happens, is basically how it would be experienced, right? And so if you had like a change to your meds, a person will likely try to just stop taking the meds that cause the issue, right? Here's the problem with that. It is specifically this rapid return to what you were doing before all of this, i.e. stopping those medicines suddenly, that causes osmotic demyelination syndrome. You know, like fucking plot twist. It's not actually the drugs doing it. It's the fact that you stopped it wrong. Which means that, humorously, if I felt like being pedantic, I don't, I could make a strong argument and say that just having a drug interaction means that you fit the criterion for certain aspects of, like, withdrawal syndromes, but like I would never do that because that would be silly, pedantic, and muddy the waters academically, and I would never do such a thing. But it is funny. Exactly, the body does very much dislike sudden changes, and this type of sudden change can absolutely get you killed. 110%. And what's really interesting about it in my eyes is that there's a pretty solid chance that, like, it's a lot more common than we know about because it's actually super hard to diagnose. And most people who are in the stage where they're, like, having the whole thing happening are too disoriented even to necessarily get medical attention. Right? So, like, something I wanted to publish was, like, a paper that would basically argue that we needed to do more investigations to see if somebody, like, any, like, family members of people who had been, like, had sudden changes in medical care in general, right? And then a sudden decline in function, like, if any of those people, part of that decline in function was, like, a cognitive one, right? And then that would be the hyponatremia and or subsequent, what do you call it, osmotic demyelination syndrome. Exactly, slow and steady adaptation prevents the issue, correct. Yeah, and, like, this is even the case if, say, you are already having a very severe drug interaction, right? Because, I don't know, maybe a clinician was insufficiently aware of pharmacology. Even in a case like that, stopping all the meds at once is the wrong call. It varies about whether the doctor might be aware of that or not. It varies quite a lot. In the US, they're not really... Last I checked, which was 5 or 6 years ago, they were not sufficiently educated about pharmacology. That said, this is starting to change, but it's just starting to change. It's not changing. It's not changed completely, right? But yeah, essentially, yeah, hyponatremia is low salt levels. However, the way that the low salt levels happen is essential to the whole process. Speaking of things and stuff, I need to run a 2-minute ad real quick. I got very enthralled in that shit. Oh goody, this means we get to talk about titration and things, which is one of my favorite things to yap about. Yay. I'm so glad you asked, Bayhue. When we get back from ad break, I will tell everyone. Let's see this guy. Let's go ahead and scooch this nonsense over to here. Oh, that's bad. That's funny though. I guess it's not that bad. I just, carved a small chunk out of the Holy Mountain. It's fine. Oh, that's great. Scoochity scooch. And move that guy. Move this guy. Oh, cute little kitty twitching. Welcome on back, Ash. Glad to see you again. And now that we are all back after the ads. So, first off, I wanted to share something with you. Apparently, oh, cute little kitty's twitching because he's having a dream. How cute. But yes, I learned several things about Twitch's ad revenue things. Apparently, the Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays have higher ad revenue. I am testing this out currently. I wish to know this because it could be the case that if things work out well enough, I might just do a thing where I basically only run ads on certain days of the week, right? Depending on if the ad revenue is, if it's fully 3 times better on weekend days, then I will probably add an additional weekend day, and it will be the weekend days that have ads, and it will be the weekdays that do not. And then it will just be a pre-roll and nothing else. And yeah, I just want to tell you all about that, because I've been doing these experiments with the ads to try to figure out what exactly is the most sensible, rational, and effective use of you guys' attention and time. Because, oh hey there, it's very good to see you again, iWasher. Thank you, welcome on in. And I'm really glad to have you. And I know I said hi to you earlier, Meat Standing, but big hugs. I'm glad to have you here. Indeed. Let's see. There will always be pre-rolls if I do not run ads regularly throughout the thing. I can reduce the amount of ads somewhat on certain, so I could basically manually tweak everything on an ongoing basis to reduce ads. However, mind you that on certain days, even with the current number of viewers, right, first off, it's not merely the monetary incentive, it's also that it keeps your stream more discoverable. It's real fucked if you ask me. I have noticed that in the, sometimes what I was doing a while back, is that I was searching. I would basically just search the category that I was streaming in, right? And I would then run an ad and refresh the page. It reprioritizes which things are where, depending on how recently the ad was run. From what I could tell, I could be very wrong, but that is what I saw. Could it have just been a one-off thing? Yeah, maybe. Will I run more experiments? Probably. But this is the assumption I am running under at this specific moment. Yes. And, yeah. So I'm still working all these things out, yes. Monetary gains to run it. There was this thing where Twitch was incentivizing streamers with monetary gains to run ads. That's shocking. That's pretty good. But yeah, so essentially, Ash, what I could do is I could have a situation similar to what Dunker Slam has. You remember you don't watch Dunk, Ash, but it's fine. Basically, he just runs a pre-roll at the start of stream, and then there are no more ads the rest of stream. Can you share your revenue share percent? At this stage, no, but, well, okay. It's actually very, I mean, it's no secret, right? Like, I don't make very much. Like, I on average, I make like 36 to 42 US dollars a month. Yeah. And most of that's actually from you guys' donations and whatnot, and the gift subs and things of this nature, and the bits and the like, yeah. And about a third of it probably ends up coming from ads. That said, I might be able to increase the share of that amount, like increase the amount that is coming from ads, like the amount of revenue, without increasing the number of ads very much, or at all. I have yet to figure this one out, right? Because I'm trying to be as efficient about it, because mind you, I've said it before, I despise ads with my entire like heart and soul. So I would not wish to subject anybody to that. Hello, Ash. May I offer you a snack-sized bite of moss? It's a good question. Hampa streams are just messing around in its game world until chat gets going. It's just conversations about chemistry, life. That is also very true. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. That is true. Yeah. I've never really pretended otherwise. Second layer of background complete. There are now stars. Yay! That's so pretty. I like stars. Stars nice. So I have to give effort to which titrate. Trite. That's funny. But yeah, that's right. We were going to talk about titrating, but we'll do that in just a sec. Ads, then titrating is what we're going to talk about. Yeah. And what word doesn't mean about tolerate anything? Yeah, correct. Okay, in my mind. Yes. Caught up on this part? Yes. Now I scroll back down. You've invoked another yap. True that. You have indeed invoked another yap. One of my favorite yaps, actually. It is about... So, I'll ask you guys this. What do you think makes specifically the medication morphine pharmacologically unique? What would you guess? Because there are several things, actually. There's more than one right answer here. And if not unique, I would also accept answers of highly irregular and unusual. Yeah. Pharmacologically, yes. Most listens are gotten from playlists. Let's see. Did you know Spotify monetization based on percent of global what? And the most listens are gotten from playlists. That is... Tell me more about this, Ash. This sounds weird, bizarre, and kind of fucked. Yeah, and locally it's shared by percent, not per listen. Fascinating. Fascinating. I love that. I was summoned? Communism? That's pretty good. I mean, I'm not gonna make a secret of like frankly, the reason I started streaming is because Hyper Sniper X was honest about the amount of money that he made and like what his like revenue breakdown was, and it to me seemed feasible to like maybe at some point in the future be able to make enough that I could probably afford food every month on like, and that to me is basically my success benchmark. Yeah. It's a very modest success benchmark, frankly, but it is what it is. And if I get there, I'm gonna be a very happy guy. I'll be a very happy little slime. I see that my character appears. Oh, wait, no. Am I holding down a different? I must be. Oh, yep, that's what it is. There's a key I can hold down to make the controls reverse on their own. What? So theoretically, I could just hold that key down whenever I get confused effect. Wow, that's interesting. But I'm not going to use that tech literally ever. But like, even if it would be useful. But yes, so some people's digestive system, that is very true, babe. That is one thing, but that's not particularly unique about it, but that is a good point. What most of the world's words in the question. Oh, that's so sleep food, that's okay. Well, I can explain it. What do you want from that's so good? It's the only medication we have that's hard. Power Rangers. You know exactly, I wash it. You've hit the nail on the head. The Power Rangers are responsible for all of the opium poppies in the world, which is precisely why it's so important that the evil invaders do not kill them. Otherwise, who is going to tend to the opium fields? That's so dumb. I love it. That's 10 out of 10. Yeah, no, that's ridiculous. You ran this one place in D2 and save and exit game for past 2 hours. This is one pretty come drop and finally dropped. You got the thing? You got the thing, Bayu? Fuck yeah. That's great news. You go. I'm happy for you. And let's see. Want to afford food. It sounds like something a socialist would say. I mean, you're totally right. The mighty morphine rate. Ooh, I love this sound. This is really funny, actually. Oh god, this is so silly, and I love it. And I just love the idea that they're just like horticultural experts, right? And like maybe like the green Power Rangers, like, because mind you, I know almost nothing about Power Rangers, and I only watched a few episodes of it as a kid. However, like, it's very funny, very silly show. But I love the idea of like the horticultural like Power Ranger experts. This sounds beautiful. This is so good. So it's okay that y'all didn't know the answer. I was just curious. So most medications, you got the thing. You go, baby. I'm glad. Most medications have what is known as a oh, that's something you might do fan on. Yeah, I mean that is hilarious. I mean, it'd be good. It'd be some good shit. Frankly, it'd be awesome. For like a fan art type, it'd be beautiful. It'd be art. It would be peak. There we go. Peak. Yes. So, in large part, what we're looking at with morphine is a medication that does not metabolize directly through those same enzymes, those cytochromes, liver enzymes that we were talking about earlier. That 80-some actually went. I'm going to get the exact number for you guys so that y'all can know for sure. Let's see. Percentage of, let's go with the phrasing being, yeah, percentage of oral medications metabolized through CYP 450, 2D6, and 3A4. In total, you're looking at 75% of all oral medications. Oh yeah, you are very correct, Shlifu. They do, and I need to fix that, and I just haven't quite gotten around to it yet. On a scale of 1 to 10, how distracting is it? Because that the answer to that question will determine how quickly I fix that. Yeah. But let's see. Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah. So basically these two enzymes are responsible for like 75% of the metabolism of medications. 0.5 to 1.5. That's good to know. Thank you, Sleep. I appreciate that. But yeah, so you'd think that, like, you know, it would be a noteworthy trait for a lot of like you know, like doctors and pharmacologists and the like, that a medication isn't metabolized through these, and you would be right. It's mostly the type of thing that pharmacologists focus on, however, and as well as a extremely talented pharmacist. It's not that common that the pharmacist will pay attention to these things because of factors I'm not getting into right now. But yes, basically, Yeah, we are in fact about 2.5 hours. It's true. And just so y'all are aware, I do intend for stream today to be reasonably long, not like a gazillion years or nothing, but reasonably long. Like we still have lots of. Oh, this is so pretty, such a fun one. It's good stuff. I love it. But yes, essentially what we're looking at with most minor details ever discovered to me. I love it. You just want it to be.
I'm Sherlock Bleeding
It's
Holmes!
true. Understandable. So essentially, morphine is very different from a lot of other things because its unique pharmacological characteristic. The thing I was really asking about is that there is no safe ceiling dose so long as you slowly titrate. And mind you, I'm talking about in a medical setting, right? In a medical setting with a trained physician, the dosage for morphine can be grams, right? Not milligrams, grams. And so long as you have slowly titrated, your body can process it safely, right? Because now we get into, in my opinion, one of the most singularly fascinating parts of the human body, and one of the least understood, is the concept of tolerance. Because this entire concept is ill-defined, but also measurably sensitive to what effects of a drug are desirable consciously and also for the functionality of the body overall. At least that's funny. For sure, that's funny. Exactly right. Exactly. It's a very like unusual like pharmacological like agent in this respect. And I always have trouble pronouncing this word. I think it's glucuronation. I'm gonna look up. I'm just gonna type in morphine pharmacokinetics. Let's see. And pharmacokinetics is the word used to basically describe like which enzymes, how much, and like the elimination rate, as in like how fast it like, you piss it out, and like how fast it like wears through your blood and whatnot, and gets filtered through your liver. Meatball, there is good reason to suspect that that's not exactly what in this case I wouldn't say so, and there's good reason for that. Because the dosage windows on pharmacological agents are they essentially follow certain like there's like laws in physics, right? Like yeah, like it's kind of like that. Like you would expect certain like blood concentration and like per volume, like kilogram volumes, to be deadly, right? And you'd expect that. And morphine defies this expectation in every conceivable way. And it likely has something to do with the and like we don't know about the 10 kilograms. Maybe frankly we don't live in a society that would let that happen, even if it was therapeutically beneficial to a human being. So we are likely not to find out about if kilograms are possible in that regard. Not that it's relevant really, because I've said it before, I'll say it again. Stuff like that is, it's the business of the doctor and the patient, but like the fascinating part about all this really is the it's not the CYP4A 3A4 or 2-di-6 lol 2d6 that does it. It's a different type of process entirely. Let's see. Plasma clearance. We are looking. Yeah, so right, this is a newer paper suggesting that there might be some type of active secretion process, meaning you might be like sweating out the unused metabolites. Which is fascinating. I don't necessarily believe that, but it's interesting. But basically, I think it's pronounced glucoronation or some shit like that. I don't know the word. Glucoricination? No, glucoricination or some shit like that. It's been a long time. It's been a lot of years. Since I had to pronounce that shit. But yes. And it's essentially a totally separate type of process. Yeah. So, elders might be aware of those words. Ah! And you see, this is because an eldritch slime studies the laws of physics to understand reality, you see. So that I may craft it to make it squishier. Such is the way of things. Because the essence of squish is complex. It is not simple. It is art. And is there any substance that would be safe to insert a human body on the order? Kilogram? I mean, probably not. I mean, like, it depends on how slowly you did it, right? Like, if it's over the course of a singular day, maybe. Right? Like, theoretically, maybe. Like, it could happen. Would I recommend it? No. Would it need to be in medical supervision? Yeah. Otherwise, you fucking dead, bro. Yeah. You indeed do be veering off course there with that one. But yeah, essentially, what's fascinating about this one is the metabolite that it is metabolized into. It may or may not sound that familiar to y'all, but probably not. Actually, now I'm thinking about it. Why would it sound familiar to you guys? There's absolutely no reason. There's not even a single... no one else but me is this deep inside of baseball. It's hydromorphone. Yes. Don't ever say... You will never stop me. Essentially, hydromorphone is the metabolite of morphine, right? So morphine is immediately like metabolized. So it's immediately metabolized into hydromorphone, basically, and then this is metabolized into norhydromorphone, if I'm not mistaken. I could be fucking up that step. It's been a few years since I reviewed the pharmacokinetics, and I just haven't read that paper in a while. However, I think the more interesting thing is, did you all know that the human body produces morphine? Like, straight up morphine. It's not actually that different. It's called dynorphin, but it breaks down into hydromorphone. Isn't this interesting? So, a really fascinating, like, little thing about all of this is that this, in my eyes, and like when people experience a runner's high, it is not endorphins, quote unquote. No, this was a suggestion before the pharmacology of dynorphin was understood, right? Or well publicized, possibly both. And the long short of it is that your body produces this dynorphin, and you might wonder, how is it different from morphine? I would like you all to guess. I'd like each of you to come up with your guesses. What makes it different? And I will give you a hint. It is a little different. In meaningful ways. That's a good guess. It's a good guess, Meatball. Isn't that why morphine does something to us in first place? Schleifu, you are hitting on a very profound truth that we will touch on in a sec. Any other guesses? It's okay if not. But we'll start with meatballs. So it's actually some straight up oppositeness right there. It's a short acting, extremely weak, and say cat. I mean, it's a good one. Oh, I mean, Bayou, it's not that complicated. So, have you ever had a runner's high? Or met someone who had a runner's high? Because I would not like Bayou to be totally lost. We can help. That is to say, you know, they got into like a state where they were running and like it made them like kind of weirdly happy. Like freakishly so and stuff. You'll abstain from answering this question. That's fair. But yeah. So, yes, medicine, but here's the thing. It's much more potent, Meatball, but it's also what you would call untargeted. So all oral administration of all medications is, by its very nature, untargeted, non-specific, and what's the best word for this? Like firing a shotgun at the broadside of a barn. You're basically trying to fill up your blood with a higher concentration. Exactly, it just floods the system. Correct. That's precisely it. Ooh. Ouch. There we go. Shoulder. But yes. So, in large part, what's important here is that the dynorphin that is produced in the body doesn't need to be as potent because of what it's for. It's for a short-term relief of pain, while basically in a lot of situations, while you are doing peer bonding, having sex, while you are having an adrenaline spike, but that's actually I dispute that dynorphin is active during that process. I'm not getting into that right now because that's so far and deep inside of baseball that it's incredibly complicated. But basically it's for a short-term thing. And as you might expect for a short-term solution to the problem of pain, it only lasts something like, it's got some obscenely short half-life of like 15 minutes, if that. It was like 5 to 15 minutes last time I checked. So basically, it is less than 1/12 as effective. Meaning, it is, for the purposes of therapeutic pain relief, useless. So you may wonder, why did I bring it up at all? Several reasons. One is because many doctors over the years have some, like, in my opinion, not so reputable quote-unquote academics who had very questionable financial ties, in my views. Such individuals have suggested that, like, for one, they've exaggerated what exercise can do. They've connected the dynorphin mechanism to exercise, which I frankly am not at all convinced of. The evidence is flimsy at best. Welcome on in, Coitus. I'm glad to see you. We're talking about the morphine substance that your body produces naturally, called dynorphin, and how it differs from morphine. It's metabolized into the same metabolite, hydromorphone, as morphine, right? So in that way, it's identical. And it's also, as Schlifu pointed out, we have an opioid receptor in the brain, right? So it's very clear that there's a relationship with human beings and these and these substances, right? It's pretty clear. Want some moss? That's a good question. And one of those relationships, in my eyes, has a lot to do with bread, agriculture, and various other substances that are helpful for the human body and likely were cultivated, right? So, to some extent, greater or lesser, right? Throughout history. And especially given the fact that the opium poppy, grows in the fucking, cradle of humanity and whatnot. Like, it's worth considering. But this is not my best argument, frankly. My best argument about this substance, that's most cogent, I think, has everything to do with the fact that pain has always, and continues to impair wound healing. And as such, your odds of survival are just higher if you have pain relief. your odds of healing better are higher if you have pain relief. And dynorphin cannot do this. However, substances from nature can. And you also have to ask, like, a very serious question about what precise, like what truly is the difference between these substances, between this dynorphin and the hydromorphone and the morphine, right? What is the difference here? And the difference is fundamentally which metabolites are getting, like, taken in, and which metabolites are being processed, and which ones are then active in the brain and go into the various neurotransmitters. Now, what tangible difference does that make? Little. Some medications, like, you've certainly heard of oxycodone. This is what we would call a more euphorogenic opioid analgesic. A painkiller is what analgesic means. And essentially, oxycodone is not a very good painkiller. Like, it's fine for the people it helps, and that's good. But it is, because it has a lot of those, like, opioid molecules that are for euphoria, because mind you, the mu opioid receptor has to do, if I'm not mistaken, it's the mu opioid receptor, but do not hold me to that, is the one associated with pleasure, happiness, and satisfaction, to some extent. The kappa is more dry pain relief and removal of satiation, or pardon me, removal of hunger is, like, I would call it like an existential type of hunger, right? But that's I'm not gonna get into that. So basically, each of these receptors has a different purpose, and some medications work on one more than the other, or like one or two or three more than the others, and this determines the therapeutic efficacy and utility of the medication. And it also affects what it does cognitively to a person. So then we arrive back at what an oddball morphine is. Morphine, as long as it is slowly titrated in a therapeutic environment by a doctor, the ceiling dosage is irrelevantly high. Whereas with a wide range of other things, you can very easily end up dead with them. Another problem with this, like, it complicates these matters, and it's why physicians are trained for so long about this type of thing, is because of the side effect profiles. And you all may or may not know this one. This is actually a relatively well-known side effect of morphine, is itchiness. It causes itches on the body, right? And that's terrible. That means it's not doing its job. Yeah. So if somebody has this issue, I actually have a very good hypothesis, in my opinion. I'm not going to be fucking humble about it. And Ren helped me cook this one up, and I'm not going to let Ren be humble about it, because it's a great idea. The hypothesis has to do with the itching sensation having to do basically with a whatever type of mechanism. Okay, this is actually in favor of the hypothesis and the information about it being secreted out of the skin, the unused metabolites, that is that it's basically interacting, like the what do you call it, whatever the compounds after they've broken down past their useful state. There's a name for that, but I've forgotten it because I'm a silly guy who's forgotten his pharmacology shit. What can I say? It's been a lot of fucking years. But those particular molecules are interacting with the sodium ion channels, the nerves, in the skin, causing the itch, right? I think it's a really good hypothesis, and I think it's great. And I see no need to be humble about that one, right? Because there are no other substantial or good, like, explanations as to why this side effect happens with morphine and not hardly any other opioid analgesics, right? Because it's a very, like, it's a strange side effect. It's not normal. Right? Like, all of the other medications in this medication class don't do that. Like, it can happen, but you want to know what those ones have in common with the morphine in this instance? It has a lot to do with how long-acting they are, and in fact, they have the, oh god, there's, I wish I remember the name for this shit, but basically it's something in the structure of the molecule that makes it a lot slower to break down, and it takes more time and more metabolic steps to break down in your liver, and as a consequence of all of this, it's the first, second, third, and fourth pass blood concentrations don't drop that much on something like, say, methadone, which you may or may not have heard of in the context of addiction treatment. However, it was also a painkiller before that was the case, but that's a separate discussion. What's a coitus? Is it an international misspelling of the word? I think that's quite funny. I love it. That's great. I mean, who could say, really? And, you know, I would love to know the answer, though. But yeah, and I think that all of this is marvelously fascinating about like the nature of all this shit, because like I think that this type of crap is extremely important to like investigate, but the problem is that like basically in the 2000s there was this like some shit going on, and it was determined that you could not. Well, actually, wait, no. So everybody here knows about an institutional review board for an experiment, correct? For science. If not, please let me know so I can explain it. It's very simple, but if somebody doesn't know, I'd like to be able to tell them. Is that a rock and roll and a yes the way everybody knows about IRBs? So your Go Kitty Go sound you think is pre-rejected on Dunk Stream as a redeem, but you wonder how it would fly. What is the Go Kitty Go? It definitely dropped the sound of the sound thing, because I'd like to know what it is in the first place, right? It's okay. So like a duck is the international misspelling of the word. Yeah, that's really funny. That's pretty good. I love that. That's really funny, actually. That's super silly. I am bigly much amused. I think I know exactly which wand to use on Colmy. It is my Burst of Air nuke wand. I think it'll be fantastic. What do you guys think? Or nuke orbit wand. Yeah. Burst of Air nuke orbit. A very, very fun, but very stupid wand. I think it's ideal for dealing with Colmy. It will be much fun. If not, I might have to pull out a real weapon. And, yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, if I have to. You posted in Sound Channel redeems? Alright. But yeah, basically an IRB is the Institutional Review Board for the ethics of an experiment. So basically, I'm sure you guys have heard of that really fucked up psychology experiment where like they made that kid named Albert or something terrified of bunny rabbits for the rest of his life. Yeah. So that would not pass an institutional review board in the modern day. Yeah. The purpose of the Institutional Review Board, the IRB, is to prevent studies like that from happening. To basically evaluate, is the benefit to humanity of having this knowledge worth any suffering that may occur? That's the fundamental question that they are there to answer. So basically, and I'm looking up the thing, the sound redeem. Let's check the sound. It's so long. It's a whole ass like song clip. You do know about like the concept. The short answer is no, but the long answer is copyright. Welcome on in, De Geekengeest. No. How do I pronounce your name? Dejik. inrist, dejikinrist, or dejikinrist. In either case, thank you very much for joining us. I really appreciate that Dejik. Well, which time? I said so many times. Dejikinrist. But yeah, I'm glad to have you very much. Exactly, the 1920 Little Albert experiment posted in the Journal of Experimental Psychology. Precisely so. So, in the 2000s, it was argued, and I think that there was actual merit to this argument, but I guess the only thing I can say is that times changed. But yes, I'm very happy to have you, Dejikinrist. And basically what ended up occurring is that the specifics involved around the what's acceptable and whatnot had changed drastically. So it used to be thought that it was unethical to have a control group, like a placebo, of people with like severe pain, right? Which I think is ethically a sound idea. It's unethical to let somebody needlessly suffer. Makes sense, right? Basically, this was the idea around the 2000s. And this idea changed. But it was basically accepted that there was no way to get the answer to how effective, like, relative to other, like, methods that, like opioid analgesics for, like, moderate and severe pain, like, how effective it was, like, compared to other things, to do a double-blind, placebo-controlled study. The best type of study for this type of thing. And people accepted it and moved on. And we're like, okay, that's fine. Until, basically, certain people started to question the effectiveness of opioids in the first place. Mind you, they did this on groundless bases. And I suppose the single, like, silver lining out of all of this I'm talking about is that now there have actually been placebo-controlled, randomized controlled trials on the efficacy of opioids for pain, and for long-term opioid therapy as well, for chronic pain. And the answer was pretty fucking conclusive. It was effective. What did you expect? This is not supposed to be a surprise, right? Like, these medications have been used for thousands of years for a goddamn reason. It's because they are the only true analgesic, that is to say, pain reliever, known to mankind. All other things achieve this end through indirect methods. This is the only centrally acting pain reliever. That's how it is, right? And whether we like it or not, it's just one of those things, you know? And so basically, this change in what was seen as, like, ethical to like, have as a thing was a major, like, determining factor. Oh yes, Meatball, they're profoundly, supremely effective as far as, like, severe pain relief, like, goes. Like, they are the medical gold standard for severe pain. Like, that, if you have severe pain, if you are writhing in agony, there is but one solution. I'm sorry to tell you, there is but one solution past a certain point, right? And it is opioid analgesics. Do they have certain side effects? Yeah. Can they be potentially dangerous? If, you know, possibly, yeah. Especially if they're not, like, done safely. But frequently, the pain itself is worse. Am I a fan of dark humor? It depends on the type of dark humor, but yeah. Generally speaking, yes. I do not support anything. I do not support any kind of. I don't know what the TOS says about the bad things that Germany got up to during World War II. So let's just say, just to be very clear, no jokes about any of that shit. Not because TOS, because it's unacceptable. But I also don't know what the TOS is. So none of that shit. I will never stand for that today or any day. But generally, as long as it's not that kind of garbage, I like gallows humor. What is F1? Like, the Ford F-150? I know that's not what it is, but that's what I assume. Formula One race cars. But yes, I don't mean to imply, that you can release that is what you were suggesting. Merely just, I suppose, making my own position on the matter clear. Yeah. Because although we have not had this particular issue yet, you've seen, I'm sure we have all been to the places in the internet where bad things happen. Right, you know, just like people have opinions in places. And sane streamer goes full dictator on his innocent viewers, telling them what not to, what to say, what. That's pretty funny. Pinterest? That's actually really funny, Dajik and Reese. That's so good, actually. That's pretty good. 10 out of 10. So, what's marvelous about, like, what's marvelous about the pharmacology of, like, opioid analgesics, in my eyes, is that their relationship with human beings has in part developed symbiotically with the actual plant it's derived from, right? It's not actually especially dissimilar in this respect to many other things, like, you know, many people, it's in vogue, like, marijuana is in vogue these days. I don't use marijuana, but I don't begrudge people who do. That said, right, like, it's in many respects not dissimilar. You could make an argument for Quaaludes way back in the day, until the DEA exterminated that plant off of the earth. Yeah. Prage the devil's. That's very funny. But yeah, essentially the well, that's right. I needed to move this Atmana off of here because, yeah, no, that's not, the chaotic transmutation is not doing what I wanted to do there, so I'm gonna move it. Actually, yeah, what the fuck does it do on Sparkly Bounce? I have no idea. I look forward to finding out. Oh yeah, I would argue that I'm for the full decriminalization of all, like, all substance, most substances, especially if they have any possible medicinal, like, applications, and then but letting people do research into that shit. But, like, mind you, decriminalization means that there's no enforcement mechanism to prevent people from using it. So I don't actually feel that I am anybody who has even the right to make a decision for somebody else's body regarding recreational, like, drugs and whatnot, right? I feel that's, like, just something that's between them and themselves, right? And, yeah. So, if you would wish to interpret that, like, for, you may. If you wish to interpret that, like, as a more neutral stance, you may. I have a very nuanced and extremely thoroughly well-researched view on, like, how this ought to be done. And, actually, yeah, give me a sec. If you want to read an exceedingly sad paper with one of the best policy proposals about, how the DEA ought to be restructured into fundamentally, I guess it would be kind of like a recreational drug pharmacy, is one way you could look at it. But also it could just be a state-owned pharmacy. Like in either case, like I knew for a fact that the government would not like take heed of this particular part of my recommendation, and so honestly, I was just feeling a bit. What's the word? I was trolling a little bit. I was academically trolling. Yeah. So if you're into an extremely dense and sad paper about innocent people dying, give it a read. Because that's fundamentally what that paper's about. I wrote it years ago. Yeah, it's sad, but you know, it is what it is. It'll help be. I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad real quick, and consider going to the bathroom because my cat is sitting on my lap, and he's gonna have to move the cat regardless, right? But it's always such a difficult decision because he looks so comfy, right? But I also need to go to the bathroom, and like I hope you all understand the incredible like difficulty
Pretty smart, dude.
of this decision, the magnitude of whether to move the kitty cat, right? And it's, you know, like we talk about the serious things here. I'm glad you understand. I'm glad you understand because we talk about the serious things here, including moving the kitty cat off your lap because they're cute and they're fuzzy, right? And speaking of cute and fuzzy people and things, Dejikanris, if you would like to see more of our fun silliness and interesting discussions of things and stuff, by all means, please do drop a follow, and then you will be able to see. Ooh, hamperchamp's favorite scritches? Well, in this case, I will absolutely do that. Alrighty, kitty. You's gonna have some scritches? I'm gonna give him the scritches right between the ears, and then right, like, between his eyes, you know? And then I give him exactly one nose pet. Oh, it's not very hard. Basically, there should be a little, like, purple button that says follow. And you click it. And then my name will pop up on the side of the... And basically, if you click the button, you did all of it, right? You succeeded. Yes. It is free. Costs you nothing. And then you get informed of whenever I... if you ever go on Twitch, it'll say right there if I'm live. It's very useful. Yeah. Oh, the kitty went... Oh, now I'm giving him the little temple scritches because he loves the temple scritches. He sure does.
Lizard.
Lizard. It's true, lizard. It's true. I mean, the lizard train is in fact... Oh no, that's a different thing. That's the subscription. No. Dejikanris, you're not... you want to go for the... Does somebody else know where the follow button is? Give me a sec. Let me go to another channel real quick. Let's find somebody I am not following. Yes, this person. This person will be a superb test subject in this instance. Okay, so this person, brand new thing. And I'm gonna scroll down. And we're gonna scroll down beneath the video frame. We're gonna find it. We're gonna find it. Because this is useful information for you. In any case. Yes, I found it. So, directly across from my name, hamperchamp, right? And the little icon that has the cute little squish in it. Directly to the right, there is a purple button with a heart and the word follow. You click on just the follow, not the subscribe. The subscribe costs money, but the follow does not. Ha ha. There we go. Precisely so. There you go. But yes, I will run a 2-minute ad. I will go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Oh, Tashik Reese. If you genuinely do such a thing, that's very sweet. That's very sweet of you in either case. I mean, it would automatically make... Do you automatically... No, it doesn't automatically... I don't know. It's fine. In either case. That's very funny. Very sweet. I can't tell. Sometimes, like, it's very easy to troll me if I'm being trolled, because I'm not an especially hard person to troll. I'm very easy to fool in that particular respect. Indeed, reading chat first would be a good idea. Yeah. Oh wait a minute, I have more scritches to give the kitty. So the kitty needs more scritches. Yeah, who could say? We might be getting trolled, but you know, if yeah, that's just how it be sometimes. And that's okay. Because we, you know, it is part of my job to be internet clown, and
This
it's
run
okay.
made me literally despair.
That's understandable. It's understandable, quite valid. But yes, the kitty is loving the scritches, and then I give him a little bit.
I'm Stan and I was wrong. Singing the Stan wrong song.
God, it's a good one. It's a good one. Yeah, and oh, the kitty's so happy. He's got a little smile. Oh. I wish the kitty liked pictures more, because, you know, then it'd be easier to take pictures of the happy kitty. But I mention the word pictures, and he gives me a glaring side eye. Like, that's how much this kitty does not like the pictures. Like, my God, he gave me the side eye and was like, pictures? You know I hate that shit. However, I will pick up the cute little fuzzle mittens and hold him nearby to the microphone and see if he makes any sounds. He probably won't, but he might. Hi, kitty man. Would you like to say hi to everybody like you did the other day when you said hi to the Dungeons and Dragons microphone? No, you just kind of wanna look sleepy. I understand. Don't we all? Sometimes everybody wants to look sleepy and be sleepy. And such is the essence of life, truly. It's true. It's true. He's a sweet little man. He's a sweet little guy full of fluff and puff.
That's what I think of this scene.
I will reproduce for you the sound he made. That's the sound he made. He's like, as he just kind of like scurried away, because you know he's a big boy. You know he make goofy, cute little sounds like that sometimes. He's cute. He's like, you know, very he's like a big exertion. But yeah, I'm gonna run my 2-minute ad. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna fill some water bottles, and I'll be right back. In fact, that sounds more like a 3-minute ad to me. But like, yeah, you know what? As sad as it is to say, that is 3-minute ad material. But hopefully, if all goes well, you know, what's a good one? I believe it's, oh no, I can't remember what is God willing in I would like God willing in every language, and we can just say that. Not that I necessarily believe in God or anything, I don't. However, yes, I do like the phrase, it's fun. 3-minute ad, I'll be right back.
I don't need this, your mimic come. I don't need your mimic come. Mimics come. but I've seen Dunk perform. It may have been in my dreams that I was like conjuring it up, but I've seen him do it.
Okay, very good. I filled up the water bottle, and now I'm going to warm up a donut, and the donut will be, and I will eat the donut, and it will be an experience of true happiness on this earth, and I will be back in like I don't know 45 seconds.
Lizard. Lizard.
I was so right. I was so right, guys. It is an experience of true happiness. Tasty. Dosha Suku. Good luck pronouncing that. Yeah. I'm not sure if I said it right. Nom 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 nom. Oh my god. This is so tasty. And it makes me so happy because, oh my god, it's so good. One of my favorite things in the whole world is a tasty, good, just normal ass glazed donut. People underestimate how awesome they can be, especially when you're starving, right? Because the degree to which they're like fatty and like calorically dense, delicious, great. Oh no. It's not quite the sandwich, but it's okay. Actually, it is the sandwich. It's like the sandwich, yeah. Okay. But it's different, right? So the sandwich is nutritionally dense, right? It's not merely calorically dense. I can taste the micronutrients that I've been lacking. I can taste how delicious they are. And as soon as they arrive in my stomach, I can sense the signals from my body saying, ah, yes, we have received a sufficient amount of this to be okay for now. Right? It's like, yes, this is, and I get a different type of satiation cue, right? So rather than just like normal like satiation, right? You know, like, you're full. I get like a I am very satisfied. This is the closest I will get to with to true homeostasis. I love that. Americans and their donuts. Disgusting.
Yeah, I'm pretty disgusted with the whole situation.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, the best. Oh, I love this one, Bayhu. Thank you so much. I absolutely love this fucking pasta. Noita, for some reason, slapped in a hunger mechanic that the game's own tutorial didn't mention. You start off barely fed and need to scavenge for food. I wonder if, like, maybe he played Nightmare on, like, a friend's save, right? Like, I'm starting to want, like, maybe this actually explains a few things. Oh, sure, redeem an accent, right? While I'm hypothesizing about, like, was it on, like, some friend's, like, account or some shit, right? Because I do wonder about this, right? Or maybe they downloaded somebody else's save file expecting, like, meta progression or something. Like, that's unlikely, but it's possible, right? Like, I feel like them talking about Noita's hidden hunger mechanic feels less likely than this. And, well, they installed a shit ton of mods. That's also very possible. You're very right, Meatball. You can't rule this one out. Controls in the pause menu. S for eat, and just deduced that you know what? Maybe that's a good one too. British, sure we can do that. I've got a Southern Birmingham accent. We can do this, yes. Marvelous. Tonight in Ireland, because tonight in Ireland scores some goals. Marvelous. So we can do this. Lovely. So we can start out with Noita, for some reason, slapped in a hunger mechanic that the game's own tutorial didn't mention. You start off barely fed, and you need to scavenge for food. Food that doesn't exist. You have to eat corpses of your enemies to stay fed, which barely feeds you, which means that those fun boom weapons get another downside, as they'll probably destroy. They'll probably just destroy the corpse. You can eat slimes. You can eat poison frogs, and you can guzzle down a swimming pool with a poison, but you can't eat a cave mushroom. Can't eat a cave mushroom. And if you can't eat a cave mushroom, what's even the point? Yeah. Yeah, like it's so ridiculous. Yeah, like all of these are really, like Bayou's is really solid. Like that's a really solid explanation, right? Like my best guess is he saw the controls in the pulse menu, S for eat, and just deduced that there's a hunger mechanic, and he ate something off the ground, so the belly almost empty sort of status. I think you're probably right about that, like because this does seem pretty probable in many respects, and because we've really got no way to know whether he was just trolling or being just a ridiculous sort of person who just saw that and was like, yes, I'm done with this game. I've concluded everything I need to. I have experienced the full breadth of the experiences of Noita, and that's that. And that's all well and good, I suppose. But you know, it's very funny regardless. It's very funny. It's more logical. Oh, and thank you. I'm glad that you Oh, and welcome on in, Z3i7. Glad to have you. And thank you. I do appreciate that. I've actually practiced this particular accent for some hundreds of hours. Actually, more like thousands, truly. So really, there was a group of people. There was a New Zealander who talked on Xbox Live while I was playing Halo 3, in the middle of the night, right? Because I told you I was very good at Halo 3 for a time. And I spoke with the New Zealander friend, and we spoke every night, like, because I had a very serious insomnia when I was younger, like very serious insomnia. I barely got like maybe 2-3 hours of sleep every night, if that, during the 7th and 8th grade years of my life. Yeah. So what I ended up doing was I was just talking to these fellas and listening to what they say about stuff and things, right? And there was a guy from like some kind of southern Birmingham region. I picked up that accent. Several people from different parts of New Zealand. They were all talking about various things. And I picked up several parts of that, and then I kind of like all blended it all in one kind of thing, and then I got all fucked up. And then I decided to actually like taste it apart and take it, taste the entire thing apart. After a while, and it was pretty fun. How's it going? I was just barged in with nonsense, trying to read the room. That's pretty good. James Bond, you say? Bond. James Bond. Oh God! Rumbling Gore shared with me the funniest fucking. That's quite the video. That's quite the video. That's quite the video. It's true. It's true. I do go on many rants. That is very true. But James Bond. No, I can't do good. I can't do good. Pierce Brosnan. Frankly, my voice has too much vocal fry. Right? I don't think I can manage it. Give me a sec. The name's Bond. James Bond. I did not watch this video. I started to look at it, and then I continued watching Chase the Bro, not to be confused with Dunk Chase, right? Different Dunk, different Chase. They'll play through Elden Ring his first time. I watched a 6 or 8 year old VOD instead, and I hate to tell you, Bayhue, but I loved every second of it, and I wouldn't take it back. I would watch it again. Given the same choices. It was so much fun to watch. It was like I was getting to watch Elden Ring coming out for the first time, and new people playing it. It was very exciting, and that was a great time. And let's see. Well, no, vocal fry is the kind of thing. Yeah. It's a phrase that like has several different meanings, but I can understand like some people have a different like it's
Help me!
yeah. Es complejo. Let's see. And we've got. But not to worry. It is on the list. I will watch it, Bayhue. It will just take time. And I'm glad that Schlifu has returned. This is good. You're struggling a lot with the background, you say? Between topics. But Amir has some wisdom, you say. Some wisdom. Is this so? Some true wisdom for us. Oh, yes. So, I understand, Coitus. So, here's the thing. I really enjoyed watching the Bondathons on my grandparents' cable TV as a kid. I watched a bunch of like Bond movies like in some quick succession because it was the thing to watch while I was over at my grandma and grandpa's. And, I was a little kid, so like, I hadn't quite grasped like that. Your grandparents are only gonna be around for a while. I grasped that later, and fortunately, I had the good fortune to have a chance to get to know my grandfather. And I love my grandfather dearly. He passed at the age of 100. But yes, and honestly, great shit. The fucking Bondathons, great. So for me, they're always associated with my grandpa, and it's good shit. Let's see. If I dislike when women, especially in the sentence, go breastless
Help me out.
and do not
Jake?
voice.
Jake, help me out. Help me out.
This makes sense.
Jake, help me.
Well, I mean, yeah, like Ren is like.
Jake, help me.
I mean, first off, like Ren is a very like masculine person. Like, although that Ren is very much gender fluid and the like, yeah, like I've always had a I've always very much had a type of the way Ren puts it is extremely funny, but also there is some truth to this. And actually, no, I'm not gonna say that because no, as funny as it is, I can't say that. Never mind. However, I definitely do have a type, and it is very masculine. Yeah, but also very androgynous, right? And this is part of why I like androgyny as a factor, as a, what do you call it, a measurement tool. You need both high masculinity and femininity. Yeah, it's good shit. Let me tell you what. It's good shit. It's a good measurement tool. And I love it. It's great. That's funny. Well, there is some truth to that. Well, I mean, so Ren is definitely a lesbian femboy trapped in a woman's body to the same extent that they are also like a four-armed carnivorous like eldritch slime trapped in a human being's body that happens to be female, right? In the same way that like I am definitely I've said it before. Humans need multiplicity of form. And this is why to be slime pilled is the correct way of things. That was pretty good. You see, now this was a good, judicious use of awawas. Judicious use of awawa spam, I approve. Don't do it too much, but that was good. Oh shit, Confused Lizard rated us with a viewer count of 8. Oh shit, everybody give us some lizards.
Lizard.
Lizard! We've got lizard just for this occasion, guys. We have just the thing. Welcome on in, Confused Lizard. I'm glad to have you. And I'm glad that you like good vibes, because we're frequently also having good vibes and being confused. It's great, and I'm pleased to have you here. Welcome in, Confused Lizard. Welcome in. Snazmon. It's marvelous to have you all. And yes, this is good. This is good things. Let me give you a shout out before I totally forget. / shout out, because I am a slowpoke. Shout out, and then we're gonna say the Confused Lizard. Once the Confused
Lizard.
Marvelous and good vibes. And thank you so much for the follow. I sincerely appreciate that. And I think that we should all join in following the Confused Lizard, because Confused Lizard, first off, it's a great name. Second off, they're so nice. But how am I? I'm doing quite well today. I had a very emotional morning this morning. I read through some about nearly decade-old academic feedback that I had, and that was very fun. It was very nice, and it was a very therapeutic experience in many respects. But yes, what do I do on this channel generally? I am an Eldritch Slime achieving world domination, one stream at a time, and the goal is to make the world a squishier, kinder place. And once we achieve the sufficient amounts of squish in the fabric of reality, once the squish coefficient is sufficiently high, you see, then we will have full dominion over this Earth place. And it will be at this time that I will then run for Grand Prime Minister of Earthistan. And yes, I am certain that I have not miscalculated at all. I know for a fact I have completely and correctly understood politics. Do not worry.
I don't need this, your mimic come. I don't need your mimic come. Mimics come.
Thank you, Confused Lizard. I really appreciate that. That makes me happy that you like my ridiculous plan. Thank you. God, that's great. So what were you doing on stream? Because my computer loads so slowly, by the time I clicked on your thing to look at it, as would be polite, I'm sure 5 minutes would have passed. So, frankly, it would probably be faster if y'all just told me. And I agree, Snazmon, this is a holy lag run, but we're working on it, actually. We are fixing the lag problem. So, it's actually got to do with the fact that I've got very ancient hardware, you see. I'm an eldritch being, you see. Right? Very ancient. Let's see. And you were playing some Noita? Hell yeah! We have successfully fooled everyone that this is just a joke. That's great. Did I say that out loud? That's great. You're very new to it. Only started a couple days ago. So, I am also actually very new to this game. I'm not going to lie to you. The only reason I know a lot about it is because of Dunker Slam, Lassie Ace, and let's see, who else? Yeah, Vexilus and Snet Gregory. Yeah. I watched them play quite a lot before I was gifted the game, and as you can tell, my hardware struggles a little bit. This is a mod, of course. It lets me carry stuff. I like carrying stuff. I like to hoard in video games. It's fun. And this way I can have 1,000 different wands for 1,000 different things. Follow me twice, you say? I mean, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I will take I will take... Oh, Snack Gregory fan over here. Hell yeah. I love that one. It's a me, Lasiachi. Every time I think, it just makes me so happy. It's so good. But welcome on in, everybody. We get up to lots of nonsense here. And, oh yes, we've got some good stuff. That's a long thing. What is the thing? Shlifu says, that's not the long thing. As along the way to world domination, they've inspired many great pieces of art across the ages, become a muse to some of the greatest artists to ever live. Mainly me. That's it. I like this. This is great. Let's see. A couple days ago. I take it you haven't gotten your first win yet? Yeah, like that shit can take a while. So something is going on right now have a look at the wands. They're pretty, it's fucked. Have fun. Well, I read chat for a moment. The wands are very complex. The bottom two are nonsense. Don't worry about them. Yeah, the bottom, okay. The bottom one is nonsense. Let's see. I agree, it is a lot of stuff. It's definitely a lot of stuff. I see. I understand. I will link the video again, Bayhue, and I will open up a new tab. And maybe I won't lose this one. Because I think I lost the tab. Yes. And we do have good silly discussions and silly jokes. This is true. I have a snack. A snack? Oh, I see. It's a snack. I see a snack. I understand. I mean, aren't lizards just, you know... I mean, is a confused lizard also a snake? I mean, it's a solid question, right? It's a reasonable question to ask, right? Can a snake who's just confused also be a lizard? Probably. Are all snakes lizards? No. But are some lizards snakes? By some metrics. Probably not, but maybe. You love jellyfish? I'm so happy that you loved it, jellyfish. And nonsense. I also love nonsense and world domination. I agree. You will fit in well here. This is marvelous. But make sure you also take care of yourself. This is also important. I plan to be streaming. Honestly, wow, it's only been 3.5 hours. I've been just having an absolute blast. I'm shocked that more time hasn't passed. Let's see. You have not gotten your first win. Don't you worry. It took me a lot of brute forcing into the wall and perishing repeatedly. It's embarrassing. Yeah. And frankly, invisibility was a great help. There's no two ways about it. Invisibility was hugely helpful. Yeah. As well as obviously the immunity perks, yeah. But invisibility was a real game changer for me. It made it so much easier to just you could skulk around. You could actually observe the enemies, right? It's kind of like in Dark Souls, or just any Souls, how you want to have lots of HP. Not because you're expecting to get hit. Quite the opposite, actually. It's so that you can live long enough to see a full combo of the enemies, to gather more data as you perish repeatedly, right? And that's very useful. It's kind of like that, like the invisibility perk is. Yeah. Oh, the last run was your best yet, and you died right next to the port again? No! That's brutal! That is so brutal. What killed you? I gotta know. Yeah, Dunk's Welcome to Noita, You Suck video is really good. It does still hold up. Simple win in Noita feels like having mastered any. It does. It really does. It's very cute. It's true. Snack Gregory is great. Let's see. You know, I'm nom giggles about a thing. Let's see. Simple. Good. I've caught up. Marvelous. Having map of the back. Welcome to the game. Here's some end game. I mean, true though. True. You cannot wait for your. It's so much fun. It's so good. Like, there's so many fun things to do, and I actually really love. I mean, it's worth Rota Party. I love. Nightmare is my favorite, and it is where we are bound after this like very lengthy ass run I have going, because this entire run is basically just a bunch of experiments on wands. But you say unsure if you mean here on your Discord. How about you just do it here? I open the link, and I can watch it after stream. Yeah, that's what I do. And Meepo, you're right that they are both reptiles. They are. They're both reptiles. So snakes and lizards, they're separate. I mean, if the confused lizard says it, I mean, it must be true. Snakes are never lizards. This is earth-shattering information to a slime. Really? Very shocking. What else could I be wrong about? Obviously nothing. I can't imagine being that confident about that conclusion. That's pretty good. Is it a slow worm? A legless lizard? Yeah, I mean, this is an understandable thing. It's a legless lizard, yeah. It's not a snake, even though. I mean, it's fair, this is true. So it's a snake impersonator. I mean, it's hard work being a snake, I suppose, you know, like, yeah, I mean, I'm sure that they have, like, you know, it's like, you know, my father often memed about clown college when I was a child, but I never really, like, because I was a very humorless child, believe it or not, I was just far too serious about everything. I became less serious over the years. Basically, my father often joked about clown college, and all I could think to myself was, why are you making fun of these people working very hard to be clowns? I'm sure it's a hard job. And I don't remember what exactly the jokes were. I'm sure they weren't the nicest. But in either case, look at me. I've grown up. I'm all grown up now, and I'm an internet clown, so I'm here for it. Are you a lizard? Are you an eldritch? It's a solid question. It's a solid question. You're just a little lizard person. Well, no, that kind of stuff. It is true. Nothing to like to streamer is a thing. And thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I will open tab now. And the tab will be open, and I will not lose it this time, I hope. Maybe. Hopefully. Let's see. And we got Insta follow. No, he's streaming with a very cute snack avatar. I mean, yeah, Snack is great. Snack's great. No doubt about it. He's one of the best Noita players out, like, just alive in general, frankly. Like, this is a small amount of background. Alias Bot, let me just I'm just gonna give him a shout out. Let's just do shout out Alias Bot. Yes, I believe that's right. I don't think I fucked that up. Yeah. So, Alias Bot, if I did this correctly, maybe I did it. I did do it correctly. And if you all haven't followed him, he's lovely. The Noita PvP tournament, I helped organize this with Ren and Alias Bot. Alias Bot hosted it, and it was fun, good nonsense and shit. There was also, separate from me and all of this, there was the Noita Rivals tournament, right? It happened around the same time. And they were both great fun. And Snack, the legend, basically hard carried a team with such legends as Dunker Slam. Yolk, right, was also on the team, yeah. And even so, like, Sneck, wasn't he the one that got all those fucking perks, right? Right? During that, like, it was, like, get as many perks as possible, like, unique perks. Like, that was the thing, right? Like, oh my god. And it was, like, they had, like, 30 minutes or some shit. And he had, how many, does somebody remember how many perks he had at the end? It was unhinged. It was so many. Should stream Noita as a new and knowledgeable player point of view. I mean, yeah, it's a solid idea, actually, yeah. It's a solid idea. Different note. How is your opinion? Following topic: Moss, socialism, cartoons, slime, burning AI data center. It's very funny. It's good stuff. Couldn't pay me enough to be a clown. I mean, yeah. To be fair, like, being a clown, yeah, like, it is hard work. Like, it's no joke. But yeah, doing these streaming and getting food. So don't you worry, Moss. Love. Socialism. Don't know enough of the affair. It's the opposite of capitalism. Then great. Oh, yeah, that's solid. Yeah. Cartoons. Love. Slime. It's alright. Hate AI. Burn them all. Yeah, solid. Good shit. Yeah. Cool. Big fan. It's true. It's good stuff. But yeah, so, like, what's his name? Yeah, fucking Snack Gregory. I don't even understand how he's so incredibly good. Like, I still wonder to myself, like, did he just rapidly make a world telly wand? It's all I can assume. But yeah, to give you a little bit of help, right, about, like, let's go over this wand because it's not as unhinged as this one. So this, it was my super duper safe telly wand that also dug, and it also killed enemies. And it also was meant to optimize performance because of my slow PC. And I will explain how. Empty white hole, discards because it doesn't have charge. Next we go blood magic. I'm not exactly sure what this do, but it makes it so that I have an extra 100 mana and less recharge and other things, right? Oh, don't worry. It's actually a lot simpler than it looks. And then add mana. It's like it's a spell that gives you mana instead of taking it away. Simple as that. And then octuple. This is by far this is the wand, actually. Just what's happening right here. Overstimulating, that's fair. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, not everything. Yeah, not every situation needs to be explained. You're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah, it's just always my intuition. It's just, no, surely there's a way to explain it. Surely. And this is not true. This is not how it is. Webby. Sure does use up mana too fast, though. Good to know. Okay, I think there's something I could tell you to, like, make it make more sense, right? So, this just makes eight spells happen at once. Alpha makes this spell happen. White hole, which is just like black hole, right? And then Telebolt teleports me. The digging bolt, it digs a squidge. And, you know, it also will hurt enemies. Energy orb does this. It does the same. Digs and hurts enemies. Luminous drill digs, hurt enemies. Dig, hurt enemies. Chainsaw. Listen to Dunk's video and rant about chainsaws. Luminous drill. More damage. More damage. Paint is dry and back to it. Hell yeah. Next energy is gonna be Noita. It's gonna be explaining the new guys and taking advice from Mac. I mean, that's some rock and roll shit. That sounds great. That's a good idea. I think he would do a great job at that. And then the speed up, it just makes it go faster. And the linear arc just makes it so that I have to choose. Actually, don't worry about that. It's this no. Invisible spell just makes it so that the game performs better. And I would say that if there's something complicated about this wand, it's probably this. This reduces the lifetime of all of these projectiles to 3 frames. And that's what it does. And unless something is 4 frames long in lifetime, it cannot harm the player. I believe that is the rule. If Kibble were here, they would know for sure. But I'm sure somebody here knows. But, yeah. And then Light Shot makes it go faster. And this also makes it go faster. And then the very last thing is the second complicated thing about the wand. It's just, because when we've broken this down, it's a bunch of damage, a teleport, a dig, and make it short. Yeah. And then this part, this spell does not... Basically, you have to get it in an eye room or a holy mountain. Just don't go looking in hell for it like I did. I was looking in all the wrong places trying to find this spell, and I couldn't find it because it didn't spawn there. But this spell is weird. I will demonstrate very simply what it does here in just a moment. But the simplest answer is it removes by detonating. It just explodes projectiles. Like if there is a projectile, it explodes it. So let's fire some projectiles here, and then wha-bam. Oh, damn it. They're too far away. How about this one? Maybe like this, possibly. Maybe we can get some explosions. No. How about... No. That's fine. In any case, what it does is it explodes all the projectiles, including the enemy ones, which means that if an enemy is firing a polymorphine projectile at you, it explodes in their face. And Snazmon, you are reasonable for that, and that's part of... I am fixing it as we speak. I am picking up all the wands, and then we're going to go to New Game Plus, and then I'm going to show you all something called Lim37, who is another streamer. If you haven't heard of him, he's also the guy that made Lim's telescope. Don't worry about that right now. But basically, he's a big deal. He's not a very big streamer, but he's a big deal. And he's very smart. Very good at programming. And he understands the game extremely well. And the long short of it is that it removes excess data the game is no longer using. And most of the time, yeah. And that is true. I mean, you do speak the truth to some extent, but yes, like, going too far about this. So, okay. You are right, but... Okay, so let's just pick up one of the funny ones that I have here, because some of them are actually pretty sensible builds, TBH. Not that one. I probably already put away most of the rational, like, sensible builds here. Not all of them, I don't think, but yeah, don't use that one. That will get you killed like in all of 2 seconds. You might as well just be a get yourself killed one for like early game. Yeah, here we go. This is more like it. Let's test it out first. What does it do? 'Cause I forgot. Pew. Yeah. Whee. Yeah. This one is a very tame build. That basically, it's designed to fire these around corners into a place like Hisi Base, and to clear it out. Yeah, in and out, and that's totally fine. Don't you worry. And as long as you're like, the fact of the matter is, I'm always okay with. Oh, Meatball says that Lim is the kind of coder you like to think that you be. I mean, hey. Lim's pretty good, so I mean, it tracks to me. Makes sense. Cause yeah, like realistically, this is essentially taking advantage of a very bad spell called Bounce. Bounce is not good. It will get you killed more often than it helps. And I agree. that's why I said that Lim is just a big deal, because he's a big deal. Lim's telescope, complicated. Don't worry about it. But yeah, essentially, if you can get some projectiles, put some type of homing on it, and make it so that the projectile spawns as close to the enemy as possible. Explain spell interactions. Sure. Yeah. So, like, any kind of homing spell, whether it be normal homing, rotate towards foes, that is, or accelerative homing. Accelerative homing is the worst. Oh, yeah, you're right, Bayou. Trigger, good. Multicast after trigger, even better. Very true, yes. You know what, Snazmon? You are so right. I want you to know something. You guys are normal for that reason. I'm just bad at explaining simple things. I've had this problem my entire life. But what Bayou said is true. Trigger is good. Multicast after trigger, also good. And I will show you exactly what that means. Here's a trigger spell. Spark Bolt with trigger. Right? Something you can do very easily with hardly any effort, really, because at the end of the day, what is this wand here but a Spark Bolt, a multicast, and then a couple spells after it. Right? And that's it. That's the shit. That's the good shit, right? That's the simple stuff. Right? That's the bread and butter of the game. And I agree with you, Bayou. It is pretty difficult to explain things very simply in this respect. Yeah, at 3 FPS. True, though. True. And essentially, though, the important part is just to have any, like some type of trigger, and then any kind of multicast, right? Such as, like, the triple spell here, but the best ones are, like, the triple scatter spell or the quadruple scatter spell. Those are going to be what you want. And the reason you want those is because any damage modifiers that you put inside of this trigger. So you see this, like, recharge time that it's supposed to add? That doesn't happen. If it's in a trigger, you just say, fuck it, don't worry about it. It's fine. And you're all good. Yeah, and honestly, I would believe that Bayou will do a better job explaining this tomorrow. I'm not going to lie to you. Right? There's a very good chance of that. Yeah. And you give me far too much credit. Snazmon, I'm not sure that I'm not explaining it well. Yeah. Because frankly, if I pack too much information into a thing, clearly I'm not doing it correctly for, like, people to understand. Right? Because, then that's a me problem at that stage, right? But the gist of it really is just Spark Bolt, multicast, and say a Dig Bolt, because this is one damage type. And then, I don't know, a Chainsaw, no, a separate damage type. So we've got, now we have Slice, Drill, and a Luminous Drill, for example. Yeah. And you're totally right, Om Nom Nom. Too much info is like too big of a bowl. You're just gonna end up confused and dizzy. But sometimes that's what you want. It's true, though. It's true. You're so right. And it's fine. Bayou, it's okay that it's self-promo. I don't have a problem with that. We've been over this. Okay, yes. Okay. So, something that Dunker Slam explain. Okay, he doesn't explain it as much these days because he used to explain it a lot more. Is what's called chainsaw wrapping. If you have the spell chainsaw, if you cast chains, actually, this is a simple build. This is straightforward, and I can actually show you so many things. And I agree. I also love that it's an emote. because it's beautiful. However, this build is actually just a super duper easy, simple application of this that will make it very clear what the hell's going on here. So ignore everything before this point. It doesn't matter. They're just modifiers to the payload, essentially, right? So when this is a number of spells per cast 1. Okay? These are modifiers. They all go to the triple spell. And now the triple spell happens, and this spell, and this spell happens. Chainsaw does something very special. And what that do is fundamentally it removes all the cast delay and all the cast delay and shit attached to all of these. So the fact that this adds 0.42 doesn't matter. It stops being a problem. It just goes away. And then you just move to the next spell. And then this happens, and then this... I want the cast delay and recharge time reduction here. And then it wraps around and it happens again. Observe. And that's what it does. A great little bit of advice is if you can get concentrated mana, it's fantastic. I'll show you. You drink some concentrated mana, and now look how much more you can fire, and look how much faster the mana regens. It's a straight up DPS increase. Yeah. Concentrated mana is great. And if you find some water, just pour a pixel of the concentrated mana in there. And then you've got a whole bunch more of concentrated mana. I don't think it puts out fires, though. I'm not sure about that one. That is true, yes. Concentrated mana does, in fact, melt steel beams. This is true. And robots. So if you have concentrated mana, you can kill robots with it. But that's a separate thing, right? Truly, the most important thing about concentrated mana is that it give you more mana. And that's good. And it means you can fire your wand more. You can fire it faster. And that's great. It's just good stuff. Yeah. And, this spell is... This entire wand, it's a silly, goofy one. It's not very suspicious. It's pretty great. The planes were running on concentrated now. Oh, God. What else is the government hiding from us? What else is the Hisi government hiding? And, who knows? They hid the meat realm. And if you're wondering why there is so much worm blood, there is a simple... There's a very reasonable explanation for this. The reason is actually just because there was a bunch of, fungal shifts. And what that means is that the material that was worm blood is no longer worm blood. Or part of... That's not right, no. That the material that was steam and smoke is gone. And is just... Now it's just worm blood. Everything is worm blood. And if you wish to do this in your run, do not take the vampirism perk. If you don't care, / you don't want to do nonsense like this, take the vampirism perk. Let's see. Very good, very good. But yeah. So, it's just a nice little build. I like this. This is a goofy build. And by the way, guys, very far away from this kind of... I mean, that's very understandable and fair. So, the important part is just this spell right here. This spell right here. Yeah, actually, I would just say, if you find these spells, use them. They're great. They will serve you very well. luminous drill, and chainsaw. They're great. You can't really go wrong by including them most of the time. And even if you don't use them optimally, they're gonna help in one respect or another, right? And if you find a spark bolt with trigger, also real good. And if you find a dig bolt, also good. Is this God mode? No. No. But you may look at my perks. Give me a sec. Well, first off, will somebody type exclamation mark only wands? No, wands. Just exclamation mark wands is what it is. My bad. And I also agree with you, Bayhu. I also recommend it. If you want to see my perks and everything else going on, you may. You can just, toggle the things. The Jikanist, you are very... I see. So you are a troll. You are very funny. You are very humorous. Well, if you enjoy my silliness and everyone's here, I certainly would appreciate a follow in either case. But yes. OnlyFans. It's funny. You go. That's pretty good, Cordis. Makes you laugh. And basically, it'll let you, investigate my perks and things. Yeah. But yeah, here, the perks, yeah, that's right, here they are. So we've just got a lot of perks, right? And all of these perks stack up to do a fuck ton of different things, all of which help. Right? 15x extra health. Look at my HP bar. This is not God mode. But it is difficult to kill Mina at this stage. I do have a plan for that. It is very silly. I love that, Meeple. That's great. I am delighted by this. I am vibing with you guys' silliness right now, and it makes me so happy. Because if you guys didn't know, I am a big fan of silliness. I feel like the world needs to be a sillier place. Wait a minute. I don't have the Sampo yet. So, okay. I need to collect all the other wands here, and then we can go and deal with Colmy. I agree. We use big silly man. That's just how it be. You couldn't tell. I know. I conceal it very well. I don't. That's great. That cracks me up. That's good stuff. Okay. So this wand is actually a completed wand, realistically speaking. Well, actually, I would like to use this wand on Colmy, because that would be funny. That would be far too funny to not do. Let's do that. As much as this wand is very fun also, oh God, this is the difficult part of this game for me, is I have to choose. I did a sarcasm, did I do it right? Yes, you did. You did a great job, actually. Is it true that the roots of the word sarcasm have to do with ripping of flesh? I don't actually know that. I just heard that one time from an English teacher, and I never looked into it. It could be bullshit. You know, it was just one of those things where it was like, this is a little bit more work to look into than it is to, just live in ignorance in this particular instance. It does translate to flesh, so I guess we got half the answer. That's fantastic. Actually, what you guys tell me? Should we kill Colmy with Explosion on Slimy or Explosive Bounce and Odd Firebolt? You guys tell me. I'm totally fine with either. Explosive Bounce. We got to vote for Explosive Bounce. Bet you always loves a good bounce, but wait, that's not Noita related. Okay, okay. So that's 2 votes. It's like the main player of this. Good night. Huh. Right now? Main. Oh, I see. So the bounce, you mean? I understand. Alrighty. So explosion on Slimy is not the one then. Okay. Now this guy. Actually, this is maybe a much better explanation of a trigger wand. Because it's just it's fundamentally just a trigger with an explosive and plasma beams. But honestly, I can reconfigure this to be safer. Actually, yeah, this is super easy actually. So I just need to do this, and then we will get the desired effect. So. Let's just fire the first thing. Fire it off. No. And now we have this one. The explosion. Explosion, go off far away from you. That's the idea. Any trigger spell, and then any super dangerous spell inside of it. And then it hits an enemy and explodes. And if it's nowhere near you, you're fine. Yeah. The etymology does not reveal anything more fascinating. Interesting. Etymology does not... That is fascinating. That's okay, Sleeper. Don't you worry. Yeah, you're not tiny brain. It's just that, you know, these things are complicated. I really like Explosion of Thunder. It really is. It's one of my favorite like payloads to deliver. Right? Like 45 explosive damage, nice sizable explosive radius, and you can do all sorts of like if you have explosive projectile, you make it big. It's fun. It's so much fun. Kaboom! I also really like the plasma beam orbit. It's so good. It's so fun. And it's very silly. Okay. This guy goes in there. And then we just gonna grab the last couple ones that's here that we need. Okay. Now you need to go in there. Actually, maybe I will pick that one up last, and that will be one of 2 ones I consider using. Because that was a lot of fun. It's a very goofy one. Okay. Whee! So this guy... Storage. And this guy... Storage. Simple. Easy. Good. That's right. It is, in fact, my afternoon painkiller time. So I need to do that. Oh, Sleepu's adding another sound effect. That's very exciting.
Lizard.
Gotta love the lizard. Lizard. Now, let's see here. The horizontal path there is, but it's fine. You know, I really enjoy Horizontal Path with Rock. It's a lot of fun, but it's very silly. And I agree, Steven Universe is extremely memeable. It's a fact. There's not really a question about it. You're so right. And then we got this guy. The remove bounce spell. Well, since we're right here, I can also just kind of demonstrate Nala with Omega Saw Blade, which is fun. Boop. You just get a little saw blade. Okay, a little bit. You get a big saw blade very temporarily. However, the Nola is not especially necessary because you could also just do chaotic transmutation, but yeah. What's that, Behu? What's the oh no situation? Now that you've, I mean, so here's the thing, Behu. Maybe? The answer's maybe? And you have to teach? That's really funny. So here's the thing. The art of teaching, it comes more naturally to some people than others, and I will be very honest, it did not come naturally to me. I have a feeling you will do better. Yeah, just very honestly, I think you'll do a lot better. I think you probably have more, like, teacher bones in you than me. Like, I'm only any good at teaching because I brute forced my way there with practice to be mediocre, right? So that's how I got here. Well, that and research. Like I did a bunch of like actual research to figure out like what the best ways to teach things are, but yeah. Anyone want to bet? I'm gonna bet no. I'm gonna bet it's not yet dry. I will bet everybody, I don't know, 3,000 points. As in, if y'all win, you lose nothing, and if I lose, you gain something. Best gamba. That's a high get. That's very funny. I am delighted by it. That's super funny. Okay, so it's, yeah, that's not that impressive. Oh yeah, and I suppose the last thing I would mention about like various spells that's very useful to know, anything with multiple projectiles, such as triplicate bolt here, this guy, that in specific, this guy, you're very likely to run into it. What is this? I see, you don't want to throw anything. I understand. 88 hours and 2 wins in Noita, but you have thousands of hours watching Noita streamers. But that never fully... I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that, Bayu. A lot of the wand building knowledge, like, that translated really well for me. And, like, because I'm just... my temperament is cautious. It didn't take very much time for me to become sufficiently cautious that, you know. Yeah. Oh, Discord. What's this? Cute cats. Or scores. let's see what Shlifu put in the Discord. Let's find. Oh, yes, I should probably give everybody a link to the Discord. That would be the rational, sensible thing to do. You know, one of these days. You know what I should do? I should make a Discord command and make it so that only Meatball and myself can do it. I think that's what I'm gonna do. That seems smart. The paint was in fact wet. Don't worry, I'll still give everybody oh yes, and Brent, that's it. Thank you. You're smart. You're smart, Meatball. You're smart. It's very forgetful. But don't worry, everybody get points.
Pretty smart, dude.
It's true. It's true. It's true. Paint does take a surprisingly long amount of time. Add points.
Yes.
4,000. No, I didn't specify who. Who am I adding the points to? Who knows? Add points all 6,500. There you go. Everybody get 6,500 points to mess about with. But yeah, if you can get triplicate bolt and then attach explosive projectile or any damage modifier to it, it is especially effective because it launches more than one projectile. So rather than it being a single 5 damage projectile, right? If you have explosive projectile, each thing adds 15. Let's just say each one adds 5 explosion damage, right? Now it's not doing, 15 damage, it's doing 30. So it's a doubling of your damage there. And that's very good, very fun, very strong. The same goes for something like a heavy shot. Oh god, that's funny. I absolutely love all of you guys is like the gambling on the free points. It just gets me every single time. It's so much fun. It makes me laugh and it makes me smile in my heart of hearts. I love it so much. Oh, hi, kitty. Did you guys hear the kitty go? He was so loud this time. Hi. Okay, so the kitty is demanding my attention, so I gotta give him some attention, right? I have no choice. So hi there, kitty. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad while I cuddle and cradle the kitty cat like a small child. So yes, I'll be right back. Oh, he's a sweet man. Sweet dreams, Meatball. Oh, he's my Mr. Man. He's purring so much. Oh, he's a good fuzzy mitten. But yeah, sweet dreams, Meatball, if you can still hear me. I got a little picture of the kitty. I'll share it with y'all later. I've got a little snuggle man. Who's a good Mr. Man? And sweet dreams, Meatball. I hope you have a lovely evening. I hope you have the good dreams and a great night. And also, I wanted to let you all know about this interesting thing. I learned that apparently I probably will not be having a second monitor anytime soon. Because, you know that whole LG scandal, right? About their monitors? And them having spyware and shit? It turns out that my grandpa's monitor is an LG monitor, or my grandpa's TV is an LG TV. I don't know if it's too old to have spyware on it, but it's probably not worth the risk. If anybody who knows about such things, I would love to know if your expertise. But yes. I've also got a sweet little snuggly, a little fluff kitty. He's a sweet little big old sweetheart. He's a sleepy sweetheart. And I do believe it is only LG, yes. The less you know, the happier you are nowadays, baby. That's very funny. Understandable. And, I've never bought LG either, mind you. This is something that, like, was my grandpa's. I just inherited it when he, you know, perished at the age of 100. Yeah. It's a bit unfortunate if I can't use it, since it was one of the only things I got from Grandpa. But, you know, it's one of them things. You know, not much to be done about it if that's how it is. Ignorance is bliss, Matrix. That's funny. Let's see, but yeah, it's an old like pretty sizable, like it's like kind of a giant, like a TV. I wanted to use it so I could read chat more easily. Oh, who's a good Mr. Man? That's a you, little fuffler. Who's a good little puffle fluffle? It's him. He's a great little so he's like just laying here with his legs outstretched. And he's just being a cute little guy. He's so sweet. He's so sweet. Oh, okay. Here you go. You can lay right there. There you go, Mr. Man. A spot tailored just for you. You have a nice 32-inch Lenovo monitor. Only mine is 68 hertz. It's like, I mean, that's understandable. Yeah, like the reason I was actually considering the LG monitor or the LG TV here is that it's 120 hertz, right? Yeah. Yeah. Which is, it's in that area where it's like, you know, that could work. You had such good opinion. I also had a reasonably good opinion of them. And, ooh, see, for reading another sound effect. That's exciting. Yeah, I also had a very, you know, reasonably, moderately good opinion of them. Like, I was like, oh, a company. Yeah. Pretty good, huh? But actually, though, that is a reasonably good opinion. Oh, I see, I see. It's the chain spell doing that. Ah, that's very funny, Bayou. That's very funny. I am thoroughly amused by this high tier nonsense. Okay. Ah! Sleepu says that Steven Universe is like a gold mine for sounds, just without the child labor and stuff. That's pretty funny. I am thoroughly amused by this. What if I do this? Will... Aha! Got it. Alrighty. That is the majority of these ones, and now all I need to do... check the bottom of here. Then we are going to check over on top of some other things. And then I believe we have gotten more or less all of the ones, and then that means that we can, you know, go to the next New Game Plus loop, which is extremely exciting. Okay, clearly I need to go around the opposite side to actually see these wands to make sure that they are not anything I need. Yeah, goddamn commies. So silly. Sounds from websites where you guys download. Now you actually download the video and cut the sound out of it. I mean, I respect it. I respect such work ethic and whatnot, and the hustle, and the audio editing skills that you are obviously gaining by doing so. It's good shit. I support that. I think you probably are. Like, I think that's a reasonable thing to think, because yeah, like, you know, practice. You get better at shit when you practice it. That's just how it be. Okay, yeah, this one, no, not needed. Meh. Okay. What an odd little wand that is. Incredibly so. But yeah. But yeah, as I was saying earlier, right, oh, wait a minute. If I grab this, I suppose this is a sufficient, sort of testbed type of thing that I can use to to display the manner in which... Actually, no, however, this will be funny. I want to do it mostly because this is going to be funny. Yeah, you definitely, you do not have enough of anything to draw correctly. That's really funny. That's silly. But yeah, basically, if the newer people were still listening here, if you had this trigger, triple scatter, and this explosive projectile, and 3 triplicate bolts, go bam, bam, bam. That means you're getting the explosive projectile on all of them. And that's great. Put 2 paws on the ground, 2 in the air, and then just go, kitty, go, kitty, go, kitty, go. I got you. Yeah, but I meant to, so here's the I'm not even sure we'll live on your stream, Bayhue. Here's why. What do you know about fair use law? Because it is the basis of the YouTube copyright strike system. And the YouTube copyright strike system is, in a lot of respects, the basis for the Twitch one. So, because I had a fair use seminar when I was like a little kid. Well, because I went to the Independent Filmmakers Coalition with my father. And that was very informative as a kid. I had a weird childhood. But yeah, it was very good to know these things. Don't think it's under any publisher or any lawful ownership. If you can confirm that, I would be a lot more likely to very seriously consider doing the thing. Funny, yeah, but 20 years ago is not 100 years ago, though. And that's when it's safe for fair use, right? That said, I'm not saying no outright, right? Don't, yeah, like, because if you can find out the definitive answer, right? If you look up and see if other people have done it, and if they got copyright struck, then yeah. That answer would be sufficient. Or whether they didn't, you know. Because surely you are not the first person who wanted to have the cute little song, you know, be used in like a creative project of some variety. Surely. Okay, we'll just do this. Lovely. Okay. I see. I see. Huh. Yeah, I mean, the quality does not do it any favors, that much is for sure. But you love it, so, I mean, that's understandable. That's big valid, right? I totally get that. That's totally understandable. I mean, it's very cute. I do like it. It's nice. Let's see here. I think that's all the ones, yeah. Yeah. It sure looks that way. Okie dokie. Time to go. Oh shit, that means we need to go back to the main world, doesn't it? Oh, not yet. There's these. Ah, fuck. There's always more wands. Think the paint is dry enough? Yeah? Oh, well, look forward to seeing what you do with it. And that is a solid question. Can you find a better quality one? It is a reasonable question. I am also kind of invested in knowing the answer to. That's also what I was thinking, Coitus. I was actually thinking to myself that we could just kill two birds with one stone, speed it up a little bit, solve the DMCA issues, and make it go faster. Because I would be amenable to that. Like, I would be okay with such a thing. So long as I didn't have to do the speeding up. Because of course I got energy for that shit. Oh, this wand. This is one of my all-time favorite wands. This guy summons a fucking, you know, it summons a sentient rock that, you know, you know, I think he's a little tentacle monster, and he's your friend. I'll show you. See? Little tentacle monster friend. See? Oh, look at him! And then that tentacle monster, like, summons even more rock. And then it goes back to the Netherlands from whence it came. Or the Netherworlds. I think the Netherlands are the things with Peter Pan. Well, that shit's pretty eldritch too, but, like, not in the way I'm going for. Come on. Let me grab the wand, pretty please. Game, would you mind letting me grab the wand for more than half a second, please? No? Why? Do not be like that ways. Now this is the ideal example of messing about with freezing gaze here, because of course an octuple spell with heavy shot is 44 times 8 damage times, like, I believe it's 7 or 10 projectiles here, times 10 damage each. That's an absurd amount of damage. I will grab this wand last. Okay. I'm so excited that we're gonna move on to the next new game loop. It's so exciting! Because we've been, you know, just, you know, putzing about here for ages. And I'm looking forward to doing new things. I see. So that is a fantastic wand. with also with a heavy shot on it, so I can't be leaving that behind because that's awesome. And it's also got an eye, so it's got all the useful things. I get it. I see how it is. Hey there, Darkcast. How you doing? I was just thinking to myself that I was hoping the Darkcast would show up. I was thinking this to myself no more than 5 or 10 minutes ago. If that. If that. Yeah. So I'm glad to have you. I'm glad you be here. Oh, you saying Kappa? That's some bullshit. How could ye? Oh wow, I accidentally collapsed the holy mountain. Like there's anything left of it. That's funny. How dare ye go say Kappa to my sincerity? How could you? Gonna pull a Sandro and be like that ways. How could you? Do not be like that ways. Okay. You're not really being like a Sandro, but you know, it's fine. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. But how are you doing, Darkcast? I hope you're doing well. And that life is treating you pretty alright. Same goes for the rest of we all in chat. Like, I hope life's treating you alright. If I didn't already ask. I forget these things very quickly, so you know. Alright. Let's see, which parallel world are we in? 7. We need to go 7 that way. Because I do not trust the teleporters, frankly. Alright. I guess one more once over. Okay. What's this here? Mediocre. And the mediocre is not as good enough, I do not think. Okay, suppose this is the last guy. And then we're just gonna zoom on to the left. Alrighty. Time to zoom to the left. Here we go. Now on a lengthy journey to the left. Here we go. I suppose we can also go up a little ways. Oh, the kitty's leaning back, demanding more scritches. What a cute little guy. What a cute Mr. Man. He's full of love and fluff. He's a fluffy puff. Ooh, we've got a 10 stream streak. You go, Darkcast. That's great. I am proud of you, and you did great. And I am impressed. You know, because consecutive streaks is difficult enough in small numbers. But in much more than small numbers, this is impressive. Let's see, what do I have here? You know, I don't need any more. Well, see, God, why am I trying to grab it all? So there's no reason for that. None at all. That's a lot of gold. I'd like to grab all of that. For the greed. For the reasons that are greed. Oh, 7 stream streak from Bayou. I'm still impressed. This shit's impressive with the streaks. Got Schleefu with a, what was that, 30? That shit was impressive. It's just all, I appreciate you guys. That's really what I'm trying to say. I appreciate you guys, you know, opting to be here. And drop by, stay here, come on by. I appreciate it a lot. And it means the world. Because, yeah, it certainly makes the whole process a whole lot more fun. And, you know, I just like being goofy and having a good time. And y'all are very fun to be goofy around here. Oh, and Coitus has got 7. Hell yeah. You go. It's true. Back. You're Dark. And Dark is back. Okay. So, you know, I hope... Okay, here's my thing. I always have trouble figuring out if I've already gone through... Like, now with the Kibble designed everything wand, it does a great job at, like, clearing shit out, so I don't have to make the mistake of thinking that, like, an area that has robots is somewhere that I've been before after this area, or, like, rather, after this run, I suppose. Or once I go to the New Game Plus, there we go. Because, you know, the New Game Plus 3. Because it's, you know, there's no chance these things are, that ain't gonna work. Right, but it is nice. I wasn't very coherent, but you know what? That's part of life sometimes. Sometimes you're just not that coherent. And you see, this is what happens. Wait, what? What is this? Is that a concentrated mana potion? That's exactly what that is, and I love concentrated mana. Gimme, gimme, gimme. But yeah, that's just exactly how it happens sometimes. Sometimes you can't be super cogent or sensible. And that's just life. And did anybody see the punk screenshot? Which punk screenshot? Is there a screenshot I should know about? And what was it regarding? Okay. That is so much gold, I love it. It's lovely. It's so much fun. Just such vast and unnecessary amounts of gold, it's great. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's right. I need to... Oh, wait, what's this? Wand on wand radar? Oh, it must just be a summon Tychusova. But, you know. The summon Tychusova must go. It must do the parish. Oh. That's almost pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. I'm also glad that you guys enjoyed the little King Cat Hello. Makes me happy because it's a good little emote. It's a cute little emote. 'Tis ideal. I see. Not a very good one. I got you. And then what do we have over here? Anything of note? An explosive bounce? I will take it. Actually, okay. Why has it gotta be like this some of the time? Where it's just like you just happen to find the wands with the spells that are good, and it's just like you gotta move shit around. Ah, God. Ay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just throw Eldritch Portal at this guy's face. Throw that, this, that, and then I'm gonna just toss it into the storage bin because I don't feel like dealing with it. Yeah, that's just what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be fine with that because sometimes that's just life. And I'm just gonna, you know, explode some things with freezing gaze, and it's all good. And I agree, Coitus. Ooh, you are so right. Ooh. Sometimes you just need a little bit of ooh in your life, you know. Similarly to how some of the time you just need a little bit of nya. Similarly, I have been preparing a most heinously ridiculous joke for all of you. It is a exclamation mark random. And it's not actually random. Oh god. And I will not say more. Like, it is somewhat random, right? But it's not really random, right? It's not the true essence of randomness. But it is like a ridiculous grab bag of nonsense. And it'll be great. And I may someday upgrade it to full on all of the sounds, but it's also where I'm considering putting sounds that I don't want to play that often. I have yet to decide. Which uwu is my favorite? You like the Hana uwu? It fully encompasses the spirit of uwu while maintaining the cuteness. Some find it annoying, but after listening to it, listen to the 24-hour version, I have to say it changed. That's so funny. I certainly do not have a favorite uwu. Actually, no, I do. My favorite uwu is probably the one the ones that Ren and I make. I love our ooh-woos when we go ooh-woo or ooh-woo or, you know, just any of them. They're all very funny. And they're all like, super silly and delightful. But the same goes for yeah. Because of course you need to keep in mind that additionally, so I don't think I've made this one clear yet. So one of the actual a donation goal, probably whenever I am able to get a new motherboard and keyboard, we will have a we will record up to like 5 or 6 separate like sounds that will be most of it will be Ren's voice, right? And we'll have an a woo. We can also do a woof at that stage, yes. And let's see. And Ren would also do a nya, as well as an. I wonder if Ren would give a Trobio an attempt, because although Ren likes Trobio a whole lot, I'm not sure that Ren is brave enough to, you know, to trobe all over the place. Although I'm sure that me saying that is just about all that Ren would need to be brave enough for such a thing. Because, you know, Ren loves competition in this respect. And it's Trobio, so I don't think it's going to take too much convincing. Everybody knows Trobio's great. But yeah. Yep. Hourly Owawa check. It's a good one. I love the Owawa sound. It's great. It's truly superb. But yeah. So that's basically like one of the donation goals we have going on, because I realized I didn't really have any serious donation goals set up in any real way. But yeah, it is to have Ren record a series of sounds and to have them put into the various like sound command files, right? And that'll be a whole lot of fun, and that'll be very silly. It'll be good stuff. It'll be goof. It'll be cute, because you know everyone knows that Ren is very cute. And lovely, and yeah. I was also thinking of having a very funny option of like say something mildly inappropriate in a sumptuous voice. But I decided against it. But I thought it was a funny idea, so I decided to let you all know because it was funny. Ooh, Schleifu, that's a great idea. We could probably manage it. So the kitty cat, yeah, I think we could probably manage this. There's a good chance it won't be the highest quality sound because the kitty is averse to microphones and cameras, but I think that we could probably make it happen. It could probably be done. I think it would be within our grasp. ARPA bounce, you say? Well, I mean, I gotta grab the LARPA bounce. Like, I ain't got a choice. LARPA bounce is great. Okay. It is true, Schleifer. You do have great ideas. So, like, the real question would be, right? Idiot who was on the internet for 20 plus years, don't ask me. That's pretty great. I mean, to be fair, though, right? That's most people, and that's I don't think we can discount literally everybody's experiences like that. Yours included. Although it is funny. Let's see. What would be some other good donation goal ideas? Because I forget. Oh shit. What is this? We've got Surfinite followed. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Surfinite. Welcome on in. I'm glad to have you, and I appreciate the follow.
Lizard.
Lizard indeed. It's true. Lizard. You speak the truth. Yeah. Yeah, the follow sound is lizard, yeah.
Lizard.
Lizard. I'm glad you understand the full extent of lizard. Do you comprehend the full extent of my eldritch lizard? It's so silly. Oh my fucking god. I cannot believe that shit. That's so goofy. I am so, like, here, I'm gonna be real with you guys. Something I really do love about streaming is that fundamentally, like, the idea that I could just make enough money to get by and just be silly every day is, like, genuinely, like, dream come true. Like, that would just be fantastic. And I want to make the process of the stream something that's very, just the stream itself, very fun. I would like to make it silly. I would like to make it good. And I would like everybody's input on that sort of thing, right? Just in general. Because, you know, it's certainly y'all's entertainment. At minimum. And I like being goofy. I like being silly. To maintain the correct balance of the different types of silliness is indeed more difficult than one might expect. How many entendre is too many entendre? What amount of silly is too much? These are the deep and complicated questions. And we ask them here. Welcome on back, Darkcast. I'm glad to have you back. How you doing? You doing all right? How you feeling emotionally? Because usually, like, whenever I had to deal with such things like that, when I was a kid and I was like, yeah, I deal with shit like that. It was, that's what I have to say. Grumble, 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 grumble. Okay, so the necromancy spell is just, we are not dealing with that today. Maybe another day. Personal lightning cat, no. And no to that. What even, like, it's got solid stats here, but like it's only got 15. I must ask myself, what's the point? And I don't actually think with this particular one there is one. Because although it's got like good castling shit, you gotta leave again and you'll be back if you're gone. Poor Darkcast, that's rough. Hugs. Make sure that y'all give Darkcast the hugs. He'll probably need them when you get back. When he gets back, because you know, it'd be that way sometimes. That was strange. That looked an awful lot like the Eldritch Tentacle spell, but it did not quite go with it. That was weird. An extra heavy shot? Yes, please, good sir. I will happily take the extra heavy shot. Gimme, 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 gimme. Gimme, gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Gimme, 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 gimme. Because you want to know what I have not had enough of at any stage in this playthrough? Fucking heavy shot. Like, at no point did I think to myself, I actually have enough copies of Heavy Shot. At no point. At no point have I thought that I had enough increased lifetimes. Where are they all hiding? Both of them. I'm glad to have more of the Heavy Shot. But really, where in the world was the other thing hiding? Grumble, grumble. Cause that's just strange. Keep getting distracted. We're just supposed to be going to the left. But the overgrown caverns always has so many neat things in it. Okay. Wow, that is a lot of kills to mana, isn't it? That sure is. I'll take it. But sizable indeed, that is. Okay. Okay. But yeah, I could definitely get the kitty cat's meow. That could be doable. I could also get him. So whenever we trim his nails, he hisses up a storm and a half. That would also be very doable. Because yeah, like he, without fail, he makes quite a fuss every time. It's very cute. He's an adorable little mischief gremlin. Let's see. Probably have an orange. Orange could be good. Okay. Scooching on back through here. Interessant.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. I agree. Yes. But Would you look at that? That's some high quality data corruption. High quality, I tell you. Would you like some delicious high quality data corruption?
I don't need this, your mimic cum. I don't need your mimic cum. Mimics cum.
Yes.
Ha! I was trying to bring a monk statue up to the thing the other day, and then I realized that it had to be the folded up version, and I was like, ah, yeah, fuck that shit. I'm not doing that anytime soon, because that sounds like a nightmare. More than nightmare mode. And let's see. What snacks do I have around? Okay. Well, I've got that orange. Let's eat the orange. And poor Kitty is going to... Like, the kitty right now, he's
But
like...
I've seen Donkey perform. It may have been in my dreams that I was like conjuring
Oh, that is
it up.
such a good sound. I love
But
it.
I've seen him do it.
It really is a great sound. So... The kitty is just kind of... He's being cute. He's twisting about. Right? Being a cute little fuzzle. And, yeah. He's like, oh no, please don't do not have citrus fruit near little kitty men. I promise, it is, you don't want the citrus fruit. I assure you this is not a thing you would like. I promise, you human no eat citrus. It's bad for human. Promise. Big truth, yes? Yes? Ah, there it is. The kitty has smelled the citrus. He's like, oh, what is this? Oh, and now he's like, you would dare do this? And now he's like doing the hyperventilate sniff, where he's like, sniff, 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 sniff. He's like, how could you? And now he's glaring at Kitty. Like, I'm keeping it very far away from you. Like, very far away. I'm sorry that you can smell it. Really. Like, does it smell like pickles to you or something? I'm very sorry. I don't like pickles, right? But, yeah. I'm not sure the kitty likes pickles either, but, you know. Is it that bad, Kitty? And if so, I'm so sorry, but also... I'm about halfway done peeling the orange. Right? So, we're continuing a pace, so... If you can be patient, then it can all be over with very, very rapidly. Alternatively, yeah, no, I didn't think so. You're gonna zoom off into your kitty man adventures. Yep. Oh, and by the way, did they... does it actually seem to be the case that the strange, like, diarrhea parasite was, in fact, from, like, a Taco Bell thing? Or do y'all think that was a lie? Because I'm not convinced one way or the other yet. Anybody, any thoughts? Like, you do know about the thing, right, in America? About the parasite? Like, that was causing everybody issues? You have no thoughts whatsoever about anything. You do know. That's good. Yeah, I just don't know whether it's like fully, like, did they fully localize it to the thing, right? Then again, I suppose this orange is actually like a good week and a half, like 2.5 weeks old actually. So no, that's fine. This was one of the most disappointing oranges. I'm not actually gonna eat the rest of it. That was a bad orange. It didn't taste good. Sad. That's rough. Will somebody give me the "that's rough" sound? I believe it's just rough. Exclamation mark rough. That does mean I need to go and get a different snack. Rough. I was definitely counting on
That's
that
rough,
orange,
buddy.
but you know, worse things have happened. Oh, nom nom. I'm loving how goofy everybody is being today. It makes me happy. All the plays on words, the puns, it makes me smile. I think I'm gonna go make a hot pocket. No, actually, I have a better idea. Or do I? No, I have a better idea. I'm gonna have. Get this. Goofy, it's funny. I'm gonna have my tasty, spicy falafel pocket thing that I got from the food pantry. I'm gonna run. Honestly, it'd be sensible to do a 3-minute ad. That's honestly the rational thing to do. It's probably gonna take me that long to get the food together. So I will see you all in that amount of time. Indeed. I recommend you guys get some food as well. And yeah, I will also pause the game just in case some enemy wanders up. Not that they would, do enough damage unless they had a poly thing, but it could happen. I've seen stranger things happen in Noita before, that's for sure. So I will see you all in a jiff. The kitty's mad that the orange wasn't worth it.
also realized I have some about, I don't know, what is this? About a month, you know, not quite expired, right? Because it was Best Buy about a month ago. A little under a month ago. Greek yogurt. And it does still smell pretty alright. As in, it smells fine. Like, it doesn't smell bad. You know what? It's good. It is still good. Good to know. Hell yeah. Oh, hi, kitty. It's like, what is this? What is this food? I don't see citrus. Why did you get a citrus fruit while I was laying comfortably? I'm so angry at you. Now make a snuggle spot for me. Okay, kitty, I will make a snuggle spot for you. But I do need to get up and get a second yogurt thing because this is much tastier than anticipated. I did not expect that free month past, you know, Best Buy date, not to be confused with the franchise Best Buy, or company, brand, I don't know. Yeah. I am surprised by how palatable and at this particular stage digestible the you know, the month expired Greek yogurt is. You know, this was, I'm glad that I got this for free from the food pantry. Good stuff. Yeah, that's very tasty. It's much tastier than I expected, really. I'm not gonna lie to you, like, this has no business being as tasty as it is. Especially given that it's past its Best Buy date, right? I'm not complaining. But yeah, what are you guys eating? No doubt it will be better, but I'm curious. That said, there's always, not no doubt is better, but you know, sleep time. And that's pretty good meat standing. I hope that you have your favorite food in your dreams. Because that's always fun. The ding ding. The ding ding. The ding ding. The ding ding. Okay. We got, the real question is, the second yogurt first, or alternatively, the Hot Pocket first. So I decided to save the delicious, you know, falafel pocket for tomorrow.
And that way, I will only need to wait through Monday without something tasty. Which, you know, that's doable. Because sometimes you gotta delay that gratification, you know. It's just how it be.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. My parents heard pain medication today. And some companies may opiate for pain and create a few generations. So, me standing. What are you referring to? This is the common narrative, but that is not exactly how that actually went. The situation is far more complicated and nuanced. I presume you're talking about the Sacklers, the owners of the, I believe it's the manufacturers of oxycodone. Yeah, most likely. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually far more complicated. I'm not going to defend that family or their marketing practices. I do think their marketing practices were patently, you know, fucking predatory. Fuck that shit. That said, the situation is a lot more complicated than is, you know, oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit, thank you so much. What? How? What? What? What is this? That's a percentage I'm not very familiar with. What's this? What's this now? It's actually... Why is this? Is that as big of a number as it looks like? In any case, thank you so much, Ohm. I really appreciate that. I can't fully grasp the magnitude of your incredible generosity just this moment. Oh, and yeah, like, and I agree, they did actually lie in the patent. Oh, and I really appreciate that, no, I really appreciate that a lot. Cause yeah, it's, oh god, I mean, yogurt is really great, right? So like, I've had this like odd relationship with yogurt my entire life, right? So yogurt, some of the time, I'm just like, hell yeah. And then like, so then, no, I scratch that. I love yogurt. And as a child, I didn't, like, I was having trouble acclimating to yogurt that wasn't vanilla. Just because I was, you know, a little neurodivergent child, right? You know, you struggle with new things. I remember that I didn't like that there was particulate matter in some yogurts. And then I was like, but I hate this about the yogurt with the stuff. And then they, well, you know, they make yogurts that don't have the stuff in it, right? And then I looked at my mother, just like, oh, they do? And then began a life of yogurt, right? You know, where yogurt was a viable option, right? Because it's just when there's like too much particulate matter in yogurt, I find it a little bit, makes it a bit gritty, right? Makes it harder to eat. But I agree that you're very right about that. Like the sour in the Greek yogurt is really nice. It reminds me a lot of sourdough bread in that respect, right? It's like if sourdough bread was a yogurt, it would be Greek yogurt of some variety, right? And it's great. And like that said, there have been a lot of like the really sugary, like sweet yogurts I've loved over the years. Oh, I love sourdough. Oh, nom nom. Sourdough is my favorite. It's so good. And this may sound strange, but if you have even like a Hy-Vee near you, if you're not in the US, and this is unlikely, but ooh, their local like fucking bread making place is great. It's shockingly good. Especially if you can get it soon. You're in the US? Okay, so nom nom. If you can go to a Hy-Vee somewhere I believe it's it's like no, it's Baking Stone Bread is the brand, and it's basically just their. So the way it all works is what's really nice about it. History with Stakuyi. Please do post a link. I'm very interested to know which thing it's referring to. Yeah. Yeah, because there's a very good chance I am very thoroughly familiar with the thing being referenced. But yeah, and like, oh my god. So, do you know what water activity in bread is? Om nom nom. I learned about this and it changed my life. Like, for the better. I mean, like, because no. Oh my god, you're gonna be so. Okay, so water activity in bread is how much available. Okay, I'm not sure like if you want high or low water activity, but that's not important. What matters is that water activity is how much available moisture there is for mold to use and grow with. So if you can reduce water activity in your bread to as close to 0 as possible, you can prevent mold from ever growing in your bread. And then all you have to worry about is it going stale. Right? It means that bread can last like a full week, maybe even 2, and stay good. Isn't that insane? And it's just because all of the moisture has been bound up into the molecular structure of the bread. Isn't that incredible? Isn't that amazing? I love it. I love it so much. And Hy-Vee has this sourdough that has really good water activity in this respect, right? And so it'll last like a full week and a half, or maybe even like almost 2 weeks before it starts to have any issues of any sort. Right? Not that I ever like, not that I let it last that long, except for the one time before I knew how delicious it was, right? And like, so I was just like, oh my god, this is incredible. That's great. And it's sourdough. And then they have this great marbled rye. I've never had rye bread I liked before. But then I had their rye, and I'm like, what the fuck? And mind you, like, I also eat regularly bread from, like, the fresh bakery nearby, right? And, like, it's not as though I don't eat the fresh bakery. It's just, like, for whatever reason, Hy-Vee makes really good bread. It's really shocking to me. But not all of their bread is great. You gotta sleep because your brain hurts for no reason. Aw, poor meat standing. Well, is it your brain or your head? If it's your brain, definitely go sleep. If it's your head and it's your neck, you may want to massage your neck, drink some water, then go to sleep. Yeah. Because, you know, migraines are no joke. And, but yeah, that's right. Now I was going to look at the link. Oh, it's the skull. In which case, it's pretty likely that your chest muscles and your biceps are to blame. So if you massage your bicep muscles, you know, the ones that, you know, you do curls with, yeah, if you massage that muscle, there's a pretty decent chance it will lead to the other muscles relaxing. Yeah. It might be a bit of a process, but theoretically there should be several spots you can grab on your bicep and then also your triceps that should make it so that the sensation of the headache is less, at least while you're grabbing certain spots. So the worst case scenario is you can get some temporary relief, but, you know, yeah. I think that's worthwhile. At minimum. But I think that, you know, if you give yourself a good massage, you know, because the fact that it's giving you the temporary relief is a good indicator that, you know, it's helpful. But if that doesn't help, then the situation is probably such that it is right below your, what do you call it? Your shoulder blades, right between your shoulder blades on your back and the base of the rib cage. A 1 to a 0. So that's great. Rock and roll! Rock and roll! 1 to a 0. Reducing suffering in the world by increasing squish. Yeah, this is what it's all about. Yeah. And so, what's marvelous, but that's right, I was looking up to see how much Om Nom Nom's generous donation was. Because no doubt it was generous. Because they donated anything. But the question is, how many? We have the Kleistron open. But now we need to go over here. Click the button. Boop, 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 ba-doop, ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. And yeah. Human, no return to sourdough. That's great. I love that. Oh, sourdough really is so nice, right? So, one of my favorite things about bread in general. So, okay. So, there's this really great, like, more local bakery that I used to go to more often, like back when I was a bit more mobile. And oh gosh, and I still do get the bread, mind you, like because the food pantry gets donations from them every day, or at least once a week. But I'm pretty sure it's every day or something. And Ren often gets the baguettes from there. It's real nice, and it's super duper cute because the what do you call them? The different types of breads they have. They have this Kalamata like olive loaf that Ren loves a whole lot. I'm not very fond of it, right? And I'm just like, eh. But it's okay. And it's just, yeah. Oh my goodness, that is a sizable amount of money. That is very helpful, Nom Nom. Yes, that is very helpful. I appreciate that a lot. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hell yeah. Because, yeah, that sort of thing, yeah, that sort of thing makes a big difference. Because, yeah, like, when you operate on thin margins, big helpful. What's this? Oh, cute little Eepy meat. What a great little emote. That's such a good emote. That's so cute. But, yeah, and, like, it's real cute because, there's a lot of different lovely types of breads. And personally, like, so I find that bread is one of my favorite foods of all time. But finding the right bread is very difficult because, like, for me, and not everybody will relate to this and that's okay, but if I don't, it is a thing with my condition, just so you're aware. Basically, I can't eat too hard of a bread, otherwise it'll hurt my jaw. However, I also can't eat too dry of a bread, or it will give me the hiccups, and I'll be stuck with the hiccups for anywhere between 30 minutes to like 3 hours. There have been a few occasions where I was stuck with the hiccups for like 8 or so hours, like 8 to 12 hours, and that was miserable. But that's rare. Usually it's more like a 1 to 3 hour thing. And recently I figured out some better ways to, help with it. And it's really interesting because just the right bread causes none of these issues, right? Like a very moist sourdough with the right amount of water activity, right? So it's not gonna get any troubles from the from any kind of like mold or anything. It's just gonna be delicious bread. If y'all didn't know, I was considering doing food science for a very short amount of time. Not a long time, but a short amount of time. So I know a little bit about it, not very much. I still like learning about it, mind you. You start coughing when eating, I don't know how to translate other than dry nuts. So you mean just like, salted and or like, dried out different types of nuts and whatnot? Is that what we're talking about? Like, almonds, cashews, pecans. I'm kind of curious. I mean, I'm sure that somebody could make a good joke about it, but yeah, it's definitely not me. I don't think that quickly on my toes. I'm too busy being a nonsense person to, you know, think that quickly on my toes about something that requires some actual a small amount of cleverness there. Me, not all nuts. So that's interesting. So something interesting is common is, for example, I am allergic to birch DNA. So you might wonder what is birch DNA? Like, it's a tree, but it's not just a tree. It's related to you're slightly allergic to nuts, but it somehow disappeared. That is very interesting. I mean, it could be that you were allergic to like a particular pesticide that was being used. It could be that, you know, like, there's 1,000 things that it could be. Alternatively, it could just straight up be mast cell activation syndrome. Oh, wait, Coitus, that means you are one of the few other people in the world that I've ever met who is also allergic to birch. Hell yeah! Rock and roll! I'm not sure I have an emote for the occasion, but a high five is what I would want to go for. But, you know, maybe the octo hello will suffice for now. But also the cute little slug slime dance. And also the peekaboo. I think they all sort of work, but just a little bit. They a little bit work. Allergic to bitches, that's so good. That's so funny. Bitch, that's so silly. Certain nuts, apples, I do not react well to soy in general. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I just have issues with it. It really churns my stomach. Twitch asks people are really. That's really funny. Oh god, some of the time Twitch, like the fact that Twitch asks if you really want to send something makes it so much funnier, right? God, that's good. And, you know, the cats and dogs, that's understandable. I am a little bit allergic to my cute little kitty cat, but it's not like very severe. But I might be allergic to dogs. I don't hang around that many dogs, so I'm not actually sure. It's been a long time since I had my allergy screening. And I had allergy shots many years ago. Very regular. You did one with a cat, and
I don't need this. Your
cat allergy kind of disappeared. The only
I don't
thing
need your mimic
that bothers you nowadays is that fucking
mimic's
birch. Yeah. Who decides to spray seed everywhere? Yeah, it's true. Like, bro, I don't want your tree cone. That's really funny. That's so goofy. That's delightfully funny. You know, Coitus, now I want you to just envision a future with me for a moment. The future in which I have a rig that can play Elden Ring. Think about how many utterly delightful tree cum and tree, like, having sex and birch allergy related jokes we can make during the course of it. Because, of course, the god Marika is a tree person who, like, literally does the, like, is it the deciduous trees that do this? Where they just mate with themselves, right? Think of the number of puns that could be made, right? This is genuinely one of, like, the things that, like, the types of ridiculous humor things that I want to, like, that I want the channel to be about, right? I want there to be nonsense memes that are, like, relatively highbrow jokes, but not, like, that hard to explain, right? But where everybody who, like, didn't know the thing about, like, plants and whatnot beforehand, by the end of the meme, they will know something new about plants. And that way everyone got to learn, have fun, and be goofy. How great is that? How great is that, right? That's the vision. That's the vision. Also, by the way, don't know how you forgot to mention. You talked. I'm glad that you like this. I'm glad that you approve. This makes me happy. You forgot to mention that you've talked about the author trembling fruit or agitating apple-like. but not about the actual cooler author. Who is this actual cooler author?
Yeah.
Who was contemporary to Shakespeare. Oh, I see. We could discuss this after we are done talking about the about deciduous trees and things. Name is Christopher I have heard of this person. I have in fact heard of this person. I don't remember what it is that I heard, but I do know that I've heard of this person. This much I know for a fact. But yes, so something marvelous. Well, okay, maybe it's not that marvelous, but I think it's interesting. So the really cool and fascinating thing I think about like the birch tree allergy, like for me, I have a lot of issues with various fruit skins, right? And the rinds of like birch related fruits, for example, like apple skins are real bad for me. Like, and don't get me. There's also like kiwi skins, but those are I don't think anybody really gets along well with kiwi skins, realistically speaking. And then there's what he calls it. Yeah, peach and nectarine skins. Because mind you, the actual fruit is fine. It's just the skins. Very strange. And you see, you could make even more. You can make foreskin puns about birch. This is why the birch. You see, it's perfect. This is why the Elden Ring playthrough will be legendary if we can make it. If I can make that shit happen, right? Because it'll be great. And I assure you, I will actually pay attention to the story. And the environmental storytelling and shit. Because, you know, I like it. It's cool. It's neat. I like some good environmental storytelling. Not too much, but, you know, a good bit. Wow, that's some bad guys there. That's some explosions, left, right, and center. And people have heard it, at least, yeah, it makes sense. And I think that something really awesome about, I don't know, like, both bread. First off, I'm glad that we can bond over, like, both having the birch allergy, because, you know, it's rough. Like, so many people in my life, like, I've been like, what, you're allergic to birch? What even is it? What? And I'm like, of course you wouldn't know that. Why would you know? And, you know, then I gotta explain, you know, so it's all these things, and, you know, it makes these types of fruits more work than that really worth to, like, bother with. And you also, you know, they make my mouth feel like it's on fire, and, you know, if it's real bad, you know, it might cause other issues. And it's just like grumble gum. Titolar, we've got a Titolar in the chat. Welcome on in, Tito. How you doing? We are discussing birch gum and other such things. I hope that you take advantage of the specific setup for that joke I just provided you. I provided you flawless setup for a joke, and I hope you take full advantage of it. Let's see. Birch gum. Yeah, so like the it turns out that Coitus and I are both, in fact, allergic to birch tree DNA. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 And what's very fascinating is that things that are genetically similar to birch, like the skins of a peach, or a nectarine, or carrots for me. Although I think my carrot allergy might legitimately just be separate. I don't remember though. It's fine. But yeah. Apple skins in particular. Like, apples are generally alright-ish, but they can cause issues, but they're generally okay. Now that's a weird but funny little, like, silly-ass one. I would like to fire the thing just for fun. Just for the sake of, you know, the acid reflex, you know. If somebody has the acid reflex thing, I would not mind seeing that in the chat, because who doesn't love the acid reflex? I'm not sure if it also is the carrots. My carrot allergy might be separate, but if Coitus is also allergic to carrots, I would bet that it is related. It's just been so many years since I've actually seen the allergist. And that is true. You can't easily desensitize yourself in that way. And yeah, it's pretty inconvenient. And like, cause I had allergy shots for a full like 1 to 3 years, I think, of like getting the shots relatively consistently. And so like that got rid of most of my allergies to most things. Not all of them, but most of them. Like I used to spend about half the year unable to breathe through my nose. I had such serious allergies. Yeah, it was terrible. I am so the allergy shots life-changing in like a very positive way. If anybody is under the age of 40, needs allergy shots, or still has like serious seasonal allergies that impairs your breathing like at all, and if you're not like very severely averse to needles, I highly recommend you get allergy shots. It was a life-changing and drastic improvement in the quality of my life that I wish I had done 10 years sooner. Right? I wish I had started doing it at the age of 9. But I, of course, did not. And yeah, like it was just so incredible, because it was, first off, like, let's see, yeah, around this time of year, I would still have an entirely, like, stuffed nose, and I would be, my eyes would probably be very puffy, and it'd be miserable, but right now, I'm fine. I have not had actual allergies like that since the allergy shots. It was great. I can't speak highly enough of such things, because it's a really great innovation. In fact, I would say it's like, I'm pretty sure it is like a very direct evolution of just immunology in general, right? And if y'all don't know the roots of immunology, I recommend you look into it. It's fascinating, right? Yeah. Funny thing, carrot cause, yeah, very mild, yeah, exactly, the feeling in the throat, exactly, yeah, exactly, right, very much so. It's very strange. And yeah, for me, for a long time, like I used to just eat carrots anyway for a long time, especially before I knew I was like properly allergic to that shit. And I remember thinking to myself, like, how can anybody like bring themselves to like eat these carrots, given how inconvenient and like burning the flavor is? And I feel like I said this out loud to somebody one time, and then it finally clicked for me and a lot of other people, like, oh shit, you're allergic to carrots. I didn't know that was a thing. And then several years later, of course, I ended up getting it all like sorted and whatnot, but yeah. It was very funny shit. Very interesting. But yeah, Tito, I hope you're doing reasonably well. And life's treating you good. We've got LARPA bounce, and I will mess about with the silly LARPA bounce a little later. But yeah. I told the rest of the chat about it earlier, but I had a very emotional morning this morning, because I was reviewing some very sweet messages that I had gotten many years ago from a kind professor about a paper I'd written where I was just kind of sick of doing the same assignment in a bunch of different classes over and over again, and so I was very snarky and I just barely fulfilled the letter of the assignment, and then used it as kind of like a soapbox to kind of just, I mean, academically shout with good citations about, you know, the disenfranchisement of disabled people and those with chronic pain, and how it's extremely similar to the disenfranchisement of various other minorities, and how it, like, shares basically all of the different, you know, relevant, you know, theoretical model factors we were talking about in the class. And then they all just said they had lots of nice things to say about me. It was very sweet. And it was also about, like, the work I did for the nonprofits for the pain care in the United States and the like. But yeah, indeed. And much love to you as well, Tito. And yeah, one of the interesting things, I think... And you're back again, Dargas? I'm happy that you're back. And I feel like the most interesting part for me was, like... So, yeah. Meat standing. Okay, so... That's right, no, I know. I need to look at the message from Meats. I need to look... I think I already opened the tab. Let's look. Not this one, nope. It's a different one. That means I forgot to open the video. Let's not forego the video open this time. We're gonna be a smart person. Gonna click the button. And we're not gonna forego. That's how it gonna be. That's right, here we go. This one. So this guy, yes. It's this. Yeah. So basically, yeah. I can basically deduce at a glance precisely where they are obtaining this information from, and how, and which books, and which various things. Yeah. So basically, here's what it comes down to. The essence and nature of addiction is as follows. It is compulsive use despite harm. It is better conceptualized as an attachment disorder rather than actually something caused by drugs. Otherwise, things like shopping addiction would not exist. I don't know that this information will help you meet standing in your, what do you call it, your test or like your exam. However, it is the truth. Yeah. And let's see. And essentially you can look at it kind of like a dysfunction in how a person relates to other human beings caused by trauma and a genetic predisposition. And then with these predispositions, it then opens up a vulnerability window where certain types of substances or dopamine-inducing activities can essentially end up replacing the oxytocin and peer bonding chemicals you normally get from being around other human beings, but instead a drug or an activity replaces that. And in so doing, it causes a self-reinforcing and ultimately very destructive, like not just to themselves but to other people around them, process that also is damaging to their like self-concept and the structure of their personality in the long run. But the long short of it really comes down to the fact that addiction is really it's a trauma response, right? It's like any other type of anything else with the diathesis stress model. That is to say, you have a vulnerability, bad thing happen. The thing you were vulnerable to fucks you over. That's it. You have a genetic predisposition. Circumstance goes badly. You have unfortunate thing. Diathesis stress. That's what it means. And basically, it's a rough go of it. Nobody likes to have such things, and it's rough. But the fact of the matter is that addiction compulsive use despite harm is a related phenomenon, but an entirely separate one from dependence, which is the presence of withdrawal symptoms. Hey, 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 the Dawn! Welcome on in! The presence of withdrawal symptoms upon abrupt cessation of a drug. That's withdrawal. And this can happen inside or outside of addiction. It can be in a clinical setting and expected, i.e., antidepressants are a great example. But it's just a therapeutic outcome. Like, it's just a thing you got to be aware of, as between you and your physician, right? And that's just how it is. And basically, the long short of it, what it comes down to is that there was predatory marketing, yeah. And, like, it was very bad. And oxycodone, don't get me started on its pharmacological problems, because it is inherently a more euphorogenic medication, right? So what that means is that the amount of medication that should be going to relieving pain is instead going to causing euphoria, right? This is problematic on more levels than I care to describe, but I feel like it makes enough intuitive sense that I don't feel they need to explain it much more than that. But yeah, like, essentially what it comes right down to is it's a Firestone, right? Yeah, Firestone. Yeah, Purdue Pharma, not great. But, like, they are not, like, the supervillains of this story, right? And they did not cause the addiction. The addiction is essentially, it's just part of humanity, realistically speaking. The rate of addiction has never changed. It's around somewhere between 2 and 5% of the population. 5% is the safe bet in terms of, like a reasonable, although, like, not too conservative of an estimate. And not just from the times that we have, like, data for it, but, like, extrapolated numbers also point to about this type, like, from before we started, like, collecting such information, points to about this type of, like, segment of the population. Meaning that it is inflexible, right? That, like, the medication itself did not cause addiction. The thing that caused the addiction was the fact that they had the predisposition and were not, like, protected in other ways, right? You gonna go to sleep? You got a particularly bad mood. But you got, a good eep. We'll fix it. Thanks, Ampa, for the stream. And thanks, Chit Chat. Awesome. Always. P.S. Watch the video. Don't worry, I will watch video. Have a lovely sleep, Bayhue, and get some good old rest. And I hope you have a lovely evening. And I hope the good sleep makes you feel better. Yeehaw. Ooh, another pot. I have too many Pahaciomas, frankly. I do not need even more. Eyeball thing. It's fine. But yeah. And so, how are you doing, the Dawn? Yeah. I'm basically just yapping about, like, the poor meat standing had to, endure some that's a bit, some incorrectly framed information from most likely very well-meaning people. Because that's usually how it is, right? A lot of misinformation is that way. Much love. Yeah, I agree. You right on, Nom. Much love to Bayhue. Be sure to drop the little hearts. I love this emote. It's a great emote. This one. If the computer will load, there it is. There we go. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Very slow computer. There we go. The many hearts. Not to be confused with Kingdom Hearts. This is very different. Yeah. So I think one of the most interesting, like, things about all of that is realistically just that, the American Society of Interventional Pain Physicians, ASIP, had a series of guidelines about how to, like, you know, respond clinically to the opioid epidemic to, like, minimize risk for patients, right? And, like, while not compromising the efficacy for people with chronic pain. It was a very sensible and, you know, frankly, I consider it a very faultless piece of literature. Like, it's just, there's nothing wrong with it. It's an extremely well cited, well researched, and extremely well put together thing. And it's a great distillation of what the standard of care for such cases is, in my view, right? Not just in my view, it's also like the interview of like professional organizations as well, who do that type of work. And what's more is it was approved by the ASAM, the American Society of Addiction Medicine. And so you've got a situation where the doctors treating people with chronic pain and the doctors treating people who suffer from addiction agree that removing people like who need opioid analgesics from their medications is a poor idea. However, the entire thing with all of the like the whole Sackler family thing, as well as a lot of the media about like the opioid epidemic, ended up kind of drawing attention away from the fundamental issues of like how the government treats people who suffer from addiction, right? Which is to say, it criminalizes the ailment. There's no rational reason to do that. It's an illness, right? You don't toss people who have the flu or, you know, celiac disease into prison. It's just not a very reasonable thing to do. And as a consequence of this, right, and the fact that it like it was fundamentally like it's a policy failure, like on the government's part, where the solutions were known but not taken advantage of. What they required was the appearance of doing something and a scapegoat. Multiple scapegoats, really, but you know, and I believe that actually, I feel. Did y'all feel I explained that well? Okay, sufficiently well. I know I ramble in circles, but you know, hopefully I explained that one. Because mind you, everything I just said, I can fucking give you citations and shit for, and if you're really that interested in the specifics. One of the nice things about that one very sad paper I wrote is that it basically has all the answers to like all these types of questions and like how it came to be. And if you'd like to read, if you'd like to ruin your own day, you may give this a read. 'Tis sad beyond measure. I don't actually recommend it, but by all means. And there are 2 typos. Sorry. They're not very major typos, but they're there. But yeah. And so like I am not on the I'm certainly not on the Sackler family side in this one, right? It's merely that there's a far more nuanced set of issues at hand, like, and I just wish the various like media narratives and the various tellings of events reflected these things better. Oh, Schleifu, how marvelous! You missed what I would consider a relatively eloquent laying out of the not the most eloquent, but certainly sufficiently so, of why the discourse about OxyContin and oxycodone and the Sackler family kind of fundamentally misses the heart of the issue as it applies to addiction, and as well as people with chronic pain, right? And how, like, various professional organizations agreed upon a solution that the government ignored, and they opted instead for the what's the right phrase? The optics and appearance of doing something over actually helping. Yeah. You love sufficient eloquent layings. That's really funny. I love that. 10 out of 10. I am amused. Good stuff. But yeah, I personally suspect I did not explain it right, personally. Cause yeah. I'm not gonna explain it further, but you know. Suppose I'll just have to try and do better next time. But yeah, it's one of them interesting things, if you ask me. Because I feel it's one of those, like, core information issues, like, for humans, where the reality of the situation is sufficiently complex as to be unsolvable by democracy, right? Like, mind you, I support democracy, just, full stop, and no qualifiers on that statement. And even so, certain problems are just really not what, you know, what's it called? Democracy is well equipped to deal with, and I do believe that extremely complicated technical problems is one of those. May you share something a little weird, by all means. And this is where you get into discussions of technocracies and whatnot. But, you know, these have their own types of issues, and plus it's an ill-defined type of word in the first place. But yeah, it's an interesting discussion either way. Just light shot and a bunch of spark triggers. That's an awful lot of spark triggers. I really don't feel like I need that many spark triggers. There's so many of them. Nom nom nom. Okay. You are really happy right now. Don't know why, but you've been really happy the whole evening. There's no real reason. That's especially good. Especially because I'm really happy to hear that, Shlifu. I say just savor such a thing while you can. And, you know, sense and really absorb and be in and live in that happiness, right? Because if there is one truth about happiness, in this world, it is the most of the time, it's pretty ephemeral. Like, it comes and goes. So if you ever find it, you know, lying around one evening, like right now, I then enjoy it to its fullest. And I'm really happy that you shared that with us. That makes me very happy, honestly. Because it's always very nice when, you know, somebody else is very happy. Like, this is very nice, and I appreciate you sharing. And I'm glad that we all got to be here while you being happy, because, you know, I have a great many, like, and I agree, it is always worth it. Like, I very much appreciate that about Titular's, I believe it was the title they gave it, like, the Life Wins channel. That was a great idea. A great idea on Dunk's Discord, like a really great idea. Oopsie whoopsie. Yeah. And it's marvelous. Because, you know, yeah, happiness is just something that's always worth celebrating, I think. That said, I find that, like, especially with the debris cheese strat, I did not know. Tell me about this. Slash, where do I look to find it? Or give me a link. Any of these. It's okay. It's in the Discord. Okay, I look at the Discord. Let's see. Let's take a look-see. Okay. And which part? Which part of the Discord? Because there's so much Discord and so many Discord. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Coitus. I'm very... What can I say? I'm kind of Discord illiterate. Let's see what we got here. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Oh, and you don't seem... Yeah, okay, but I say you don't seem that level. I mean, that's true, you don't seem that level, but it's, you know... It's reasonably high level, but even so, yeah. It's very nice. It's one of the lovely things about just having a bunch of range, right? Team. Then you just leave. That's very funny. I support this. I support this ridiculous strategy. This is very fun. Interessant. You just blast them. Yeah, very nice. Very simple and convenient. I like it a lot. You're gonna use debris on hit. Ooh, yeah. Debris for the win! You gotta love that shit. That's marvelous. And, you know, it makes me very happy also. I like that we've, I like that already we have set up a cute little nice community here. It makes me happy. And, you know, we all can just chill. It's so nice. And we could do fun shit. It's great. It's exactly the best, not the best case scenario, but it's up there. It's a high tier good scenario. I was thinking of things that might happen when I started streaming, right? I was like, we might get some people who are like-minded individuals and have fun chilling. And I'm like, this is exactly that. I'm like, rock and roll. This is pretty good. Because I'm certainly having a nice time. I am pleased that it seems like y'all be having a good time as well. It's nice. It's a lot of gold. Gold! That was a terrible Goldfinger impression, but you know what? I'm gonna roll with it. Sometimes your Goldfinger impression is just awful. And that's just life. Oh, it's that guy. No, we just gotta eat the fellow's corpse, because that is what Mina does. Mina is the wizard cannibal. Mina is the wizard cannibal you want to see in the world. Be the wizard cannibal you want to see in the world. What does that even mean? It's delightfully stupid. I enjoy this. I appreciate this nonsense. I'm excited. We about to get Comey, and then we gotta go. And we gotta go to the next new game. That is gonna be exciting. It certainly has taken a while, but hey, I never claimed to be fast. No, I'm a slowpoke. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I believe that Debris is a really solid choice for Hitless. Because, like, Debris has, like, so many nice things about it, right? Like, the parabola angles you can use, right? As well as, like, just, once you add range and stuff to it. Not to mention the fact that, like, just a little bit of projectile speed gets you a long way. Whereas with Worm, you kind of need a lot of projectile speed. So at that point, it's really just about getting used to the parabolic arc. And if you can do that, you're all good. Nom 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 nom. I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad and I'll be right back. Whee. Very funny. Chunk corruption. Very funny. Yeah, that particular link, very much a sensationalized kind of retelling of events. Realistic, because, you know, like, the biggest trouble is, you know, that the... Yeah, like, it really just... There's one fundamental truth about the issue, which is that the vast majority of, like, some 80-some... Like, if it was 87%? Yeah. Of all of the, like, illicit opioid analgesics that end up on the street, like all of the what he calls it, any quote-unquote prescription like opioids that end up on the street are from pharmacy thefts, and the things that aren't from those, well, first off, 87. Let's look at that particular portion, and the rest tend to be from like really random ass shit. And so, like, setting that shit aside, right, you need to kind of examine the other half of this particular equation, which happens to be like what's actually killing the people and whatnot, and it's polydrug toxicity, it's like alcohol and various things. And yeah, it's rough, it's not good, but fundamentally, when you get down to it, this has to do with a pattern that has to do with the criminalization of drugs in general, right? So basically, first, you know, like criminalize like various like chemicals for like research purposes and for like, you know, therapeutic purposes, both, you know, and then they criminalize the isomers. But the isomers, due to like a process involved in like, I think it's called like isomeric chimeralism, such isomers, which are basically a mirrored version of a molecule, right? So fentanyl and carfentanil, I'm not sure if those two are isomers, but basically everything in the chain after this are. The difference between this is that fentanyl can be used on a human being by a doctor to relieve pain. Carfentanil is an elephant tranquilizer to tranquilize elephants. And this is not where the chain of increasing by an order of magnitude potency ends. It just kept going, right? And, as the government kind of kept cracking down on various things end up replacing it on the illicit market, and then eventually you wind up in a situation where like such fractionally minuscule tiny ass quantities can just straight up murk somebody that you have to ask, like, whose fault is this but the government, right? For like not pursuing harm reduction, right? To me, so like blaming anything but the lack of harm reduction, this just doesn't seem especially rational. That said, I mean, it is pretty normal, but you know, eh. What is that worth? Really, at the end of the day, I question the value of normalcy in such a situation. Yeah, yeah. I love this wand so much. I really need to thank Kibble again for this wand build because it's so much fun. Suppose we did build it together, but I definitely credit Kibble with like 99% of the work. Maybe 89, 95% of the work, something like that. I do not feel particularly responsible for this fantastic wand, but I do love it all the same. It's great, and I do rather enjoy his solution for the, what you call it, allowing the explosive detonator to function, but only some of the time. Then you did like the if projectiles and like those, I think there's like a certain density of projectiles that's needed. It's an achievable density, but it's a reasonably kind of high amount of projectiles around you. But you know what, I dig it. It was a good decision. Marvelous, marvelous, and marvelous. Good stuff, good stuff. Cool. Do 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 do. Okay. Let's see now. Zip. Whee. I do so enjoy that this it just wrecks the loopies. It's so good. It is just marvelous, I say. That was a very funny sounding little burp there. That was goofy. Excuse me. Lovely. Okay. What have we over here? Do we have any more of the vans over here somewhere? Maybe. Maybe. Who could say? Who could say? Oh, there's one. Not a very impressive one, but it is there. Okay. Alright. Ooh. That was some Kringles. Not to be confused with Kris Kringles. I would be concerned if Kris Kringles was, you know, close enough to the microphone. That'd be rather frightful, wouldn't it? I'd certainly be plenty frightened. Okay. Very good, very good. Whee! I see that there's just a few too many of those guys keeping each other ambrosias. Or more or less ambrosias or whatever. And just invulnerable in general, maybe? Oh, whoopsie daisies. Okay. Good, good. That's right. I also wanted... I need to set up a TTS command, but how do I do that? Which TTS client should I use? Because, yeah, that was on my list of things I wanted to complete. Maybe not tonight, but who knows? We shall see, I think. Yes. Alright. Oh, cool. I'll certainly take more HP. It's not like I need more HP, but sure, I'll have more. Oh god, that's fun. There's really no need for that extra HP, but sure. Okay. Yeah, this was definitely where we made the void liquid, and that's why the entire biome is just entirely destroyed already. Makes sense. I do vaguely recollect doing it. Well, more than vaguely. Recollect, you know, making a bunch of void liquid for giggles. It was fun. Yeah, it was some fun mischief. What can I say? What's a good old, what's a bit of void liquid between friends? Oh, so. Okay. And give me the heart. Yay. More heart. Yippee. I like more heart. It's good. It's not necessary, but it's good. I mean, what's not to love about that? Is Noita not a game all about overkill in many respects? Yeah, both of Mina and kind of like the everything in the world in a lot of ways. Then again, is it really overkill? They've been awfully mean to Mina, so I mean, I can understand the retaliation Mina would seek to, you know, enact upon the world. Like, it would make sense. Okay. Maravilhoso. Okay. Alright. Oh gosh, I love the way that it's just going through and it demolishes everything. It's just art. I love it so much. Okay. Oh, whoopsie daisies. And wha-bam! Got him. Yeah, that works very, very well. I love it. Oh, whoopsie daisies. Oh. Good, good. Okay. Ooh, now that's good. Now that's a hell of a like wand to just like drop like that. Like fucking always cast drilling shot with like a multicast with the aiming arc. 4 of these guys. That's awesome. That's great. I have every intent to make that into a ridiculous wand that's a whole lot of fun to use. Okay. Three. All right. What have we here? Much exciting. This is not very good. Never mind. It is not very exciting. It does seem like maybe I left behind all the wands that were lame. It's not that surprising, but I figured I would have missed something. Okay. Okay, what shall I? Okay, I need to find a place to put some of this away for a moment. And yeah, we will put this right here. And grab this feller. And sure, chaotic transmutation. Go right about there. Grab the ping pong path. Put the ping pong path right about here. Also, Ren told me about Shuppet, the Pokemon, the other day. Is he really just the Shadow Puppet Pokemon they named him Shuppet? If that's true, that's so funny. Like, oh my god, that's ridiculous. And I love, I'm delighted by this information. Shadow Puppet Pokemon Shuppet. I support this type of nonsense. Okay. Now what? I believe we need to go and scooch back to the main world just a tiny little bit further. And then we can slay Colmy and advance to the next New Game Plus loop, and I think that'll be New Game Plus 3 or something like that. Yeah, sounds about right. And there's a Spiral Arc and a Solid Wand. Okay, ooh! Grumpy. what is this? It looks like an item to me. Oh, a bomb. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, yep, that definitely was what that was. I guess that tracks. There is some amount of logic to all that. Not that much, but there's some. Okie doke. Well, first, let's fire this wand off and see how it does. Not particularly well. It goes very kind of absurdly slowly in a spiral with the spiral. That's really funny, actually. It's like, that's hilarious. Like, I can barely even. I'm going to have to do something very funny with that later. Because that is, like, that is nonsense in the extreme. And just honestly kind of a work of art with, like, the level of utter nonsense that is. That is truly superb. Okay. Alright, let's grab the gold there. Sure. Why not? And what was this guy again? Yeah, nothing important. Now, in case I didn't say coitus, I do in fact believe in you. You got this. Cool, cool. Okay. Alright. Well, first, let's try scooching up a little ways. Let's see if we can find any further wands I left behind. Yep, there are some more. Indeed, there are. Now, let's get rid of some of the excess slime ball here. This is a few too many slime ball, I think. Yeah. Yeah, this guy can go there. This guy go here. And I see that what an incredibly funny, like, cosmic joke of some variety. Out of that particular chest came yet another freezing gaze. My goodness gracious, that is as silly as could be. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now this can just be inside of literally any kind of trigger, I would think. And yes, it will do just peachy, I think. Interesting lack of digging there. Neat. Well, glad we had the freezing gaze there to be extra goof. And a little bit extra cheeky with the nonsense. And the explosions and the like. having a few extra explosions does not typically go amiss. Or an extra, you know, piercing projectile with a whole bunch of heavy shot on it, that also helps. Natural piercing, not like the piercing modifier, but you know, that too would be good. Okay. Okay, we got all this. Good stuff here. Now we go into the meat realm again. The land where the blood is sand. Yeah, I'm often torn on like is the meat realm the gift that keeps on giving? Is it just a nightmare realm? It's like it's a little difficult to say. Hey, Sleepco. Yeah, what's up? I'm wondering about whether meat realm is the gift that keeps on giving, or nightmare realm supreme. It can obviously be both, but like. I'm just kind of wondering, which one is it more? And I have yet to know the answer. Let's see, we got Acid Trail, Weakening Curse. Oh really, am I not going to grab any of these? Wow. Yeah, none of these are especially useful or unique. Wow. That doesn't happen that much. Yeah, I know. It's an interesting question. Like, is the land where the blood is sand? Gift that keeps on giving. Is it just a nightmare realm? And I also have no answer, right? It's a. I feel like it's just one of those like really well-designed riddles, right? That you know probably has an answer, but probably isn't a very good answer. You know. But you kind of respect the riddle for being just basically impossible to figure out, right? I feel like making you waste a bunch of time thinking about it. No, I've not yet killed Comey. I've just been messing around a little bit. I'm in Parallel World 3, so I have traveled 4 parallel worlds, and you know, I discovered a few pockets of wands that, you know, I had not looted, and so I was like, oh neat, exciting. Because, you know, I'm a little loot goblin.
That's nice, Steven.
I know, I'm a loot goblin. What can I say? Through and through. I'm a loot goblin, and I love the loot. And it just, it's so much fun every damn time. How are you doing? Did you finish the thingamajig? Did you paint some more? Because I'm certainly curious. Oh, you did paint some more? Hell yeah, that's great news. You go. That's very exciting. Both just because, you know, it's slow progress, not going. I mean, that's okay. I just think it's exciting that you're painting. And that it's gonna be pretty. there are many things in life that where the progress is very slow going. But that's okay. It do just kind of be that way sometimes. Okay. Scoochity scooch. Scoochity scooch. Ooh. Treasure chest. Ooh, heart, sure. Okay. For a second there, I thought, is this liquid that we're in? No. Just a brown background, looks a little funky. Some things are slow, like making new games. I mean, hey, that's true. Let's see. Speaking of games, what was the name? That was it. Dark. Oh fuck, I can't remember. What Dark was it? You Darkcast or was it Dark Fox that gave me the Mario Party? Why am I terrible at this? Probably because of the starting of the name, and I'm already bad at names to begin with. Because you're painting on canvas and on digital, the final product I get to share is only as well. I don't believe that that's personally. So, Shlifu, something I can actually help you with is I can walk you through how to like edit your photos, especially if you have some type of program. Alternatively, I can also actually process the image for you, right? I do still have Photoshop on my one of my computers, right? And it would be a trivially easy task for me to do that. Like, it would take me a minute. Like, and actually exactly 1 minute, maybe 5 minutes if you want me to, like, be extra thorough. But yeah, I can make it look a lot more like what it's meant to look like in person. You just need to tell me what type of colors. But realistically, the histogram and like the image itself, like the data, will tell me that information. Yeah. This is a very fun little wand, but I just don't foresee any use for it. This is a very funny wand, but again, do not foresee any use for it. Because, yeah, obviously, like, the picture's gonna look better in person. Well, yeah, I mean, so here's the thing. You always want... So here's the... So, Shlifu, here are a few principles for, like, photography. Like, always underexpose your photo rather than overexpose it. Second, do you have a manual option on your phone? Like, does your phone allow you to manually input the shutter speed, aperture, and ISO? It does? Okay, turn the shutter speed above 400. Yeah. Turn the shutter speed above 400. Reduce the, okay. If you can make your room sufficiently bright and you don't use the flash, then turn your ISO up pretty high. when you say, what do you mean you have used that? The manual settings? Okay. How about 800? 640 to 800 is generally where the shaking stops appearing. So I assume that you have shaky hands, right? That's probably the major issue. And then the secondary issue is probably something to do with the fact that the when the aperture is open really wide, it means that you don't have much depth of field. That is to say, acceptable area of focus. So it looks blurry. So what you want to do is you want to crank that at the aperture. You want to crank that down to 5. Possibly to 6 or 7. Yeah. And then crank the ISO up much higher. Because yeah, basically here's how I have explained photography to many like photography students over the years, because it's easy a lot of people it's easy for a lot of people to forget that I taught over like, what is that, 300 different like high school students how to take photos, and no fewer than about like 100 of them won awards, right? It was not all me, of course, right? But there was a common denominator. The ones I spent a lot more time with, they tend to learn quite a lot more. But also the other common denominator was the person I learned from, right? Who was the person who was like teachings I was teaching, really, which is my journalism instructor, right? Because he was an incredibly good photographer. But think of it like this: you've got a cylinder. It is a sealed cylinder, and it will always have the exact same volume. You need to basically fill this cylinder exactly, or just not overfill the cylinder. And you can stretch the cylinder out to be very lengthy, to have a lot of depth of field, like acceptable area of focus. But it means that like that light, what's filling the cylinder, is going to be spread out over a much longer area. And that's generally going to represent how long your shutter needs to be open, how much light you need to let in. Alternatively, if your ISO is high enough, which is the chip's sensitivity to light, you can think of it like that's making the water that's being let in choppier. That's the worst part of the analogy, but that's okay. But regardless, you can then basically use this metaphor to kind of like conceptualize the perfect lighting situation, like perfect amount of light you need to let in. Yeah. I have a whole series of PowerPoints actually. If you guys would want that at some point, I could just legitimately do a photography instruction, a series of photography, Photoshop, and other sort of thing instruction stream. And yeah, that's perfectly fine. You certainly don't need to do all the learning of these things right this instant. Because yeah, like frankly, unless the lighting situation, well, okay, even if the lighting situation wherever the painting is abysmal, you can move the painting, even if just temporarily. Because that is one of the lovely things about this, is that like even the most abysmal of lighting situations can be improved by, moving the subjects of the painting or the subjects of the photo in a lot of cases, right? However, there are certain situations that are just so abysmally bad lighting-wise that like it's kind of unrecoverable. But as a person who did professional photography for a lot of years, and I will tell you the answer to your question, Coitus, very soon. It's a good question. But basically, there have only been like 4 or 5 situations that were like really, truly, like awfully, catastrophically bad. In terms of like the lighting and shit, and where it was really a terrible situation and you couldn't solve it. And there are certain types of lenses that make these things a lot easier, but cameras are pretty predictable in this respect. Or like the phone cameras are pretty predictable in this way. But here's why you don't want... The reason you want your ISO lower is very simple. The image will be less grainy, right? So when you zoom in on the picture, there will be less graininess. What is nice about you sharing the art, like, basically, if your ISO does not matter in one specific situation. If you achieve perfect lighting, if your exposure of the picture is exact and perfect, it does not matter how high your ISO is, because the graininess will not be visible easily to the naked eye, right? You will have concealed this flaw in the photo, basically, right? And yeah, this is part of the art and the artifice of it, I would say. And bouncy rock, that's really funny, actually. You know what, sure, I will grab this and just put it in the bin. It's a solid wand, but you know, goofy. So if you want something that will not be that grainy at all, lower your ISO. And if it's a low light situation, you can use a flash. Now, there are several ways that you can make a flash significantly less harsh. My personal recommendation is, if you guys have any, like, white, translucent, specifically, like, it's hard to describe the specific color of it, but it's kind of like an off-white kind of color for, like, the translucent plastic bags you're looking for. And you want to have 2 of those bags, and then you just want to, like, cover the phone flash with that. And that will diffuse the light in a far more natural and softer kind of way. That said, like, if it were a non-phone flash, I would have other advice in this respect. I mean, I would still tell you to use, like, the 2 plastic bags, because I'm not even messing with you. Those are necessary, like, even back when I was doing this professionally. Like, that's what I chose to use on top of an item called a Gary Fong diffuser. A Gary Fong light sphere is another thing it's called, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Really interesting shit, but like, yeah. Yeah, so what that means, Schleifu, is that you need a way to diffuse the light. Like I was just describing about the plastic bags. Fundamentally what you are achieving when you diffuse light in this manner is you are softening how much it's going to reflect off of things. So if I had a whiteboard, I do have a whiteboard in the other room. Maybe I will draw a diagram for you later. But basically, actually, I think I could make a demonstration in Noita, maybe? It occurs to me. I can probably do that. Yeah, this is not going to be super hard, I don't think. Yeah, so basically, it's how much spread you have on your wand. Right? So this wand, like, you see, there's not that much spread. Right? Or now there is more spread. And you see the way that it bounces off a crap like this? Actually, this is actually a fucking beautiful metaphor. I'm not actually messing with you. This is actually a great metaphor. So, when you diffuse light, it comes out of the flash more like that, and less like, more like that, and less like a fucking laser beam, right? And when it comes out like a laser beam, it's going to reflect. It's going to go boing boing. Yes, what do you mean my phone has wand spread? So basically, it's your phone flash. It has this wand spread, right? And, well, actually, it doesn't have enough wand spread, is the actual issue, right? Is it needs to have more spread. Because as it stands, it's basically just bouncing in a very small area, and it's too concentrated. And so it's closer to the properties of a laser beam, which just goes boing boing, and like bounces right off. And you want something that's more like like it fans out like this, right? And you want something that behaves more like, I guess, to me, the way that light behaves is very, I don't know, distinctive and tautologically, I don't know, distinct. Like, it's just really distinctive to me, right? You need heavy spread to your phone, yes. And the way that you add heavy spread to your phone is by putting, like, one or two, like, it can even be the same plastic bag, mind you. And I do mean, like, it does have to be mostly not opaque, but translucent. But if you have an opaque sort of, like, plastic, like, grocery bag or something, this will also be good enough. If you don't have any of that, there are other options. For example, basically, something else you can do is that you can put something white. I mean, if your ceiling is white, this will work especially well. Especially so if it's like drop ceiling. That is to say, like, it's got all the bumps on it. You basically will want to put some type of white, like an index card would work actually, in front of your flash and direct it upwards at your ceiling such that it would bounce onto the ceiling like that and down onto the painting, right? That's how you want to do it. And yeah. What? That is sufficient. That would work. So it may be necessary to also put some type of like cloth over the thing, over your. I'm sure it will be an improvement at minimum, right? There's no doubt that it will be an improvement. Oh, hi, Fuzzy Mitten Man. Who's got well fizzy mittens? What's up, little squiffle? Oh, you jump up, you want snug? Is that right? Okay, you can have snug. Good little man. Who's a good big man full of fluff and love? It's you, Mr. Fizzles. You better bet you. He's such a good little fizzle man. Full of love, full of fluff. I would like this plasma beam thrower, but frankly, I don't need the plasma beam thrower, right? But I want it. It's fine. Yeah. And so such things are definitely like, they can be, so it may be, it may or may not be immediately obvious, but my specific area of photography expertise, I would say it was in specifically low light photography, in which, you know, encompassed, of course, using flash and whatnot, but like, frankly, that was not my favorite thing to do, but like, I mean, that's not true, okay. I do love using flash, but particularly in dance situations, because I like to. There's also a technique that's not relevant to you right now, Shlifu, so you don't. Like, it's not that relevant for what you're doing. But it's called rear curtain flash. It's where you fire the flash at the end of the exposure rather than the beginning, and it's neat. Oh, is this another sound effect? No, it was from earlier. Well, now. Boop, 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 ba-doop. Okay. But yeah, something that's nice about the yeah, like the ISO. So basically, if you're using a flash, you don't need a very high ISO because you are artificially providing all of the light that you're gonna need. So you don't need to like crank up the sensitivity of the chip to the light that much, which is what the ISO is. It used to be the sensitivity of the film to light, but yeah. Oh yeah, you better bet. Honestly, I really do genuinely. I enjoy helping people with photography and stuff to this day because, you know, it's just it's always been a passion and a hobby of mine. I mean, and for a while it was a profession. Like I took a few people's wedding photos, some senior photos and stuff. You gotta go to sleep, and that's perfectly all right, Shlifu. I'm actually, you know, winding down for stream. So I'm probably gonna end the stream here relatively shortly. Yeah, so I'm also looking for a raid target. Let's see, who do we have online? I'm thinking NECA will be a good raid target. Yeah. Yeah, NECA's probably gonna be the raid target. I'm gonna run a little 2-minute ad. And then I think I will begin the actual... Yeah, what I'm gonna do probably is I'm gonna finish getting all the way to Colmy, and then we can slay Colmy at the start of the next Noita stream, which will be very exciting. Or we could finish up the stream by slaying
Yes.
Colmy. Okay, you want to do it at the start? You got it. Because this was certainly a lot of, like, you know, getting together a bunch of, like, what do you call it, preliminary things, and, like, you know, getting a bunch of chores taken care of in a lot of respects, you know, for the next New Game Plus loop. But, you know, I say it worth. You just yesed out of how that's marvelous. That is so funny. Be a sweet dream, Shlifu. And we'll see you soon. I'm also glad we agree. It's true. That is fan-freaking-tastic. I'm utterly delighted by this. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll real quick run a 2-minute ad. And I might be able to make it to Colmy in that amount of time. Let's see. Let's see if I can do it. Let's give it a go. Let's try. Like it, like it. Let's see, can we make it all the way to Coleman? We're gonna find out. Yeah, the answer appears to be not a chance. I could not make it back to Colmy in that amount of time. Very funny. But it's okay. Because we are in the correct parallel, we are about to enter the correct parallel world, so it's fine. And it'll be all good. That is just a matter here or there. Nothing that impressive. And this is nothing that impressive. We can look around here next time and then slay Colmy. Excellent. So we are gonna go and slash raid. Actually, let's see. Is there anybody else except for NECA? I'd like to raid NECA this time because it's been a while. I just have trouble spelling his name. Let's see. No, I will just have to look at NECA's name. Raid / raid Nehaohua. Nehaohua. Is that right? I spelled right. Nehaohua. Oh, indeed. I agrees. Alrighty. Thank you so much, guys. I had a really wonderful stream.
I don't need your mimic come.
And I look forward to seeing you guys real soon. And it looks great seeing you, all y'all. And have a lovely evening, Dawn. Have a lovely evening, Coitus. And have a lovely evening, Schleifu. Indeed. And I hope you guys have a fantastic time with NECA. And let's see. Probably just go with the classic slime raid. But yeah. And we'll see y'all next time. Rock and roll. Toodaloo. And is the raid going through? It looks like it. Yes. Mark.